Very good morning, colleagues. Welcome to the second but last day of GB11. Happy to announce today's program. We will, with regard to items, we will address item 6.1, capacity development. Then we will go to the outstanding issues in the other resolutions. That's 9.1 Ref 1, 11, 15, 16.1, 16.3. Then we will go to item 10, which is the funding strategy. 16.4. If they come in on time, 16.4.2, 16.4.3, and then go to 17.2. So that's more or less the program as planned. As you know, things may shift. And I'm also happy to let you know that the contact group on farmers' rights made good progress. They meet today 10 to 12. With regard to conservation and sustainable use, the contact group made progress as much as they could. So there will be a Friends of the Chair group from 12 to 1, chaired by the Vice Chair from Southwest Pacific, Emily Carroll. And now with regard to the multilateral system, on my request, there are interregional consultations ongoing regarding the hotspots, which you all know very well, and they work on elements for a recommendation to be adopted at GB 10. I think the working spirit is good in these interregional consultations. They haven't come to a point yet where we can share much more on that, but be informed that these consultations are ongoing. I will meet with friends of the chair for the MLS today at 2 o'clock to take stock where we stand. So much for today. So I would like to suggest to you that we go into the agenda items. We start with agenda item 6.1. You have in front of you a CRP 1, Capacity Development Strategy and Action Plan of the International Treaty. And as decided during the plenary when we discussed this first time, the Bureau had a look at what was coming in, as we were tasked during the biennium, during the intersessional period, to actually advise the Secretariat on the development. We looked at the received proposals, and what you see here is the result of that consideration. So we took on board all comments received, and what we propose is something we think reflects what was shared in the room. I suggest to you that we start with the strategy itself and go then at the very end to the resolution to finalize this. I have floor CG. You wanted the floor? No. Good. So as yesterday, we start in Annex 1. And we just go through So introduction, there are no changes. Chapter on Chapter on Roman 2 purpose, no changes proposed. Chapter Roman 3, capacity development, paragraph 5, no changes proposed. Paragraph 6, chapeau, no changes proposed. First bullet point, functional capacities, no changes. Technical capacity, no changes. 7, no changes. 8, no changes. We come to a Roman 4, chapter Roman 4, overall goal and expected outcomes. Paragraph 9, no changes. Paragraph 10, chapeau, no changes. Little Roman 1, there we offer you a discussion on category 10 of the option is excluded from the scope. I see Czechia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because there are examples of lists included in the international treaty, we propose to delete the bracketed text because it's not part of the treaty.
Thank you.
As a European regional group.
Thank you very much. I don't see any requests for the floor, so it's done. Japan.
Thank you, Chair. As discussed in the Farmers' Rights Group, we would like to include the category 10 as stated in the text. Thank you.
I have to say, as this text here refers to the international treaty and mentions several provisions of the international treaty, and it is very confusing, the category 10 of the options. We don't know which options, we don't know what category. I think I would really propose or submit to you to delete this reference here, as it is very much confusing and inconsistent. We refer indeed to we could also just mention the articles, maybe that's a way around. Article 5, Article 6, Article 9, Article 10 to 13, without mentioning the instruments. Instead of naming the name of those articles in the treaty, we refer to the number. That's what I would suggest as an alternative. Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for proposing a way forward. We would support that, either of deleting that whole text in the brackets, or as you suggested, refer to the articles. Thank you.
Thank you. Japan.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to come back with the alternative text, if that's okay.
Thank you very much. Please come back when we finish with the rest of this document. Thank you. Little Roman 2, nothing proposed. Little Roman 3, nothing proposed. Little Roman 4, the inclusion of international. And then just regional and national levels, just to put it in conformity. There are no requests for the floor. I take it that is acceptable. Sorry, Roman 5, nothing. 5 to Roman 7, nothing. Chapter Roman 5, guiding principles. Paragraph 11 and 12, no changes proposed. We just aligned the screen with what I'm reading out. So. Yes, we have in paragraph 11, little Roman 7, there is a reference to encourage a multi-stakeholder and gender and youth a responsive approach. There is a suggestion to delete and gender and youth responsive. I don't see a request for the floor. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you. I think it would be good to keep this this focus there. Thank you.
United States.
Yes, thank you, Chair. For us, we would need to delete this or come up with alternative text. I just want to make the case for deletion first, that we note that in removing the specific call out for specific groups from the title to the guiding principle, we're not actually changing what is the description of the guiding principle, which is in the Annex 1 to the strategy. The description remains the same. We just have a title where we're cherry picking two specific groups, and we're also using confusing language to describe what is more accurately described under the description. But if we want specific reference, we could say encourage a multi-stakeholder approach, including women and youth, but we don't feel like that is the best option. So we would still argue for streamlining the title, but if it's necessary to have specific reference to the women and youth component of the guiding principle, that would be our acceptable alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. Switzerland.
Thank you, and thank you to the US for that alternative proposal. I think that's fine. They include in women and youth.
Thank you, Switzerland. This is acceptable as it stands now. I don't see requests for the floor, so we delete and gender and youth responsive and lift the brackets around including women and youth. And we will carry forward that wording to the title of the guiding principle. Thank you very much for your spirit of compromise, very important today. We go to a paragraph 12, there's nothing. Chapter Roman 6, strategic approaches for implementation of the strategy. Paragraph 13, no changes proposed. Paragraph 14, chapeau, no changes proposed. Approach 1, no changes proposed. Approach 2, there we have the same issue, so to say, in the middle of the paragraph, where there's a proposal to lead and be gender responsive. So, Switzerland, you have the floor.
In trying to find language that would keep a reference to the identified country needs and priorities and make specific reference to needs of specific groups, an alternative language should be designed to respond to identified country needs and priorities of specific or of stakeholder groups, including women and youth.
United States.
Thank you, and I thank Switzerland for trying to come up with some text. I think we have a challenge with this because now we're not talking about country priorities. We're limiting it to the priorities of stakeholder groups, so we prefer the original. We would also note that it's we believe it's up to the country to identify their needs and priorities, and that would include about the engagement of women and youth in this process. So I mean, we would prefer to delete this to leave it more broad for the countries to be the ones to identify their needs and priorities, but we could have instead to replace the text in brackets comma, including, as appropriate, engagement of women and youth. Thank you.
Thank you to the United States. This is Switzerland.
Thank you, and thank you very much for these reformulations. I think that's very good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we would delete the text in the brackets and add including, comma, as appropriate engagement of women and youth. I see Papua New Guinea. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would, well, I just like to make mention that if we start listing specific stakeholder groups, I think we should, I mean, in general international development terms, we are now talking about all disadvantaged groups. And that, for example, includes also people living with disabilities, and I don't know, it's kind of a bit a list without end. So I'm just wondering how useful it is now to start listing, because if we are listing, then we may miss. So maybe it just needs to remain as without specifying particular stakeholder groups, and leave it at identified country needs and priorities, and include identified in an inclusive manner to respond to specific, or well, in an inclusive manner, maybe to basically not to exclude anyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Papua New Guinea. Could you please specify where you would see that text? Papua New Guinea, you have the floor.
Sorry, I need to think about that a little bit. I can't immediately say it's to incorporate inclusiveness, but inclusive capacity development intervention should be designed to respond to identified country needs and priorities.
I see the United States. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, this is exactly the exercise we wanted to avoid, getting into creating lists or trying to change text other than what had been in brackets. But perhaps we could say including as appropriate relevant stakeholder groups to make it broader, if that suits. But again, I think rather than trying to go back and forth on this, if this doesn't work, we would want to just end it at country needs and priorities. I mean, really recognizing that the country should be identifying their needs and priorities, including for coming up with who these groups to be involved should be. So it is probably most clear to have the shortened sentence. So if this doesn't work, I think we shouldn't spend more time on this and should just leave it at country needs and priorities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The United States, Kenya, help us out.
Thank you. So as to move forward the proposal by America, we could propose, if this term is acceptable, relevant stakeholder and vulnerable groups. If the word vulnerable is acceptable, this is an accepted language, then that could have included everybody that we have in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Papua New Guinea, you have the floor.
Thank you. I would concur with the suggestion from the US to just delete all these additions and keep it at the short sentence of identified country needs and priorities.
Thank you, Papua New Guinea. I see Argentina.
Exactly in the same line as Papua New Guinea, in the sense that we will feel much comfortable with the shorter version.
Thank you very much. So can I take it that we agree with the shorter version? Keep priorities, but delete the rest. I don't see any requests for the floor, so it is. We keep the short version. Thank you. So we go to approach 3. There's no changes proposed. Approach 4, heading and the first paragraph. There you see 2 changes. One is a choice between instruments or documents, and the other one is the suggestion to delete the reference to the 2030 agenda. I have the Commission wanting to enlighten us. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We actually asked for the floor for approach 3. As, if I may take you back to approach 3, because reference is made in the penultimate sentence of that paragraph to a 3rd global plan of action. And given that there is no 3rd global plan of action yet, and that the revision of the 2nd global plan of action is ongoing, we would suggest to either refer to the revised 2nd global plan of action, and revised would have to be in round brackets, or generically to refer to the global plan of action as is done in paragraph 13. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for this technical correction. Then I would suggest we would say of the global plan of action, as it is already done once. You also delete the 2nd, please. We just have global plan of action. Thank you. Thank you, CG, RFA. Is that acceptable? Thank you. So we go to approach 4. I see Sweden. Sweden, you have the floor.
Thank you. I do not understand how you can coordinate and cooperate documents. So therefore I need an explanation before I would be able to accept that. Thank you.
Thank you. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I don't recall in my notes what was the reason for adding documents. In the original language, it said instruments and C much more precise. And also to constrain it a little bit and avoid opening too much to documents or instruments that we're not thinking, we would suggest adding relevant. So it would read under other relevant international instruments and processes.
Thank you, Argentina. Paraguay, you have the floor, as this was your suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Instruments usually has the connotation that they are legally binding, and we have a reference to the 2030 Agenda and the Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Framework in the paragraph, which are not legal instruments with the same value of an international treaty. Therefore, we are flexible on the wording, but instrument does not work because it means assigning these documents a higher legal standing than what they have in international law. Thank you.
Thank you for this clarification. Korea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Korea supports the suggestion made by Argentina. Yes, Korea believes that the coordination and cooperation with other relevant international instruments are very important. However, Korea does not feel comfortable expanding the scope of instruments, and especially here, the instruments must be relevant, and here the processes are also coming after the instruments. So Korea supports the made by Argentina. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Korea, I see Malaysia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Malaysia would like to propose, and we are happy that the SDG and the Kunming to be in the text, but if we can propose that the international instruments to be replaced by goals, targets, or platform. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Thank you for this alternative proposal. I see Norway. Norway asks for the floor.
Thank you, Chair. But now suddenly there was a new proposal to consider here. So I think we would echo the question raised by Sweden about documents. We don't understand documents here, so we suggested to be deleted. And then we could support these other proposals, but I think we should add agreements there, so it could read relevant international agreements, goals, targets, and processes. Then it should cover that there are different legal status of the different processes coming afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. I have the United States.
Thank you, Chair. Like others, we don't feel documents is the correct thing to reference here, so we support deleting documents. We have a legal advisor present, but she is currently otherwise occupied, and so I've been trying to seek her input on this, and I don't want to opine on the legal status of different words before I hear back from her, but wanted to note that. I want to avoid getting into a listing in the title. I would prefer if we could find one word that works for everything and doesn't imply that the legal status of any. I had believed that instruments covered that. The alternative I am thinking is frameworks. I don't think we want to refer specifically to, we don't want to get into a listing, but maybe we can find one word, get confirmation that it applies to all things, and just do that. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. Paraguay.
Thank you, Chair. We could work with frameworks because it is exactly what, for instance, a KMGBF is. So that is accurate, and it reflects the status of the text. Thank you. It's in its name, actually.
Thank you very much. I see the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I actually just got the confirmation from my lawyer that the word she would recommend was frameworks. And she said that applied and wasn't legally binding, but would cover all these things that we're talking about. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Malaysia.
Malaysia feels it's okay with the frameworks, and as long as the SDG is in the text. Thank you, Co-Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So thank you very much for this round of discussion. What I would propose for the heading is relevant international frameworks. I think that's where we could land. Thank you for that. Now we go to the brackets. It's only just to make draw your attention. The Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework is not in brackets. The only thing that is in brackets is the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its Sustainable Development Goals. Suggestion is to delete that here. United States.
Thank you, Chair. And we had been tasked with working with a small group to try and come up for a common solution for all of the decisions where references to the 2030 Agenda and the Sustainable Development Goals are included in text. I can report we have had some discussion. However, we do not yet have a solution. And I do want to state my case in particular for approach 4. We can support the reference to the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, including things that are happening under that, and would note that if you look down at the content of the subparagraphs of approach 4, there is specific reference made to work that is being done in relation to capacity development actions that can be helpful for our capacity development strategy under the KMGBF and the CBD. However, we just have this broad reference to the 2030 Agenda and Sustainable Development Goals in this chapeau, but we have no detail on what's being done within that framework. So we don't feel like it's actually a helpful inclusion here, and would continue to argue for its deletion in addition to our, broader issue with references to the SDGs. We don't think that we can get into negotiating the text except what's in brackets here at this point. And so I'm not making a recommendation to try and now start working on, well, what could we include for 2030 in the SDGs to make it more relevant to this approach 4. So we again ask for it to be deleted. And if that is not acceptable, it needs to be maintained in brackets while we try to continue to see if we can come up with a compromise language, but I am not confident on that at this point. Thank you.
Thank you, the United States. Paraguay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And just for coherence, we changed the heading, but it still reads other international instruments, such as in the text. So perhaps we should be consistent and call it the same throughout the entire paragraph. Thank you. Because the same problem persists. Thank you.
Thank you for drawing our attention to that and then trying to be coherent. Thank you very much. So the proposal I hear is to delete the reference to the Agenda 2030 for the reasons stated by the United States. Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So just to confirm that the small group is still working on this, so then we should keep it in brackets as for now, while we try still look into how best to address it. Even though it is a reference to SDGs in different resolutions, I think how it is being referred to is a bit different in the different places, so there is still some work to be done there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I take Argentina, then I would like to close on this item. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you. We have made prior interventions concerning the 2030 agenda, so I will not repeat them, but we align with the position of the US, so we would prefer to have it deleted. Nonetheless, we would volunteer to participate in the small group. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have it in brackets for the time being. We wish all the best to the small group who's already dealing with this issue regarding other resolutions, to hopefully come back and propose a solution that can accommodate everybody. Thank you. So just to make sure, we change relevant international frameworks, and we also replace the instruments in that chapeau by frameworks. We move down to 4A. Nothing changed. 4B, we propose to say targets of the Kunming, a Montreal Biodiversity Framework, and delete within in line with. I don't see any request for the floor, so we accept of and we delete the rest. Thank you. Going down to 4C, there's nothing. Going down to approach 5, there is the deletion of such as the crop trust in order to avoid starting the need or the tendency, the wish to create a Christmas tree list. So we propose to delete that. Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We are not in favor of creating a Christmas tree, of course, but I think crop trust has a special status as being part of an element of a funding strategy of the treaty.
Thank you, Norway. So the proposal is to keep such as the crop trust, as it has a specific status for the international treaty. I don't see opposition against that, so we keep such as the crop trust. We lift the brackets, and I think we need to make some commas. Commas such as the crop trust, commas and instruments. Thank you. We move on. 5A, nothing. 5B, nothing. Approach 6 is clean as well. Approach 7, the same thing. Approach 8, the same. Approach 9, clean. Approach 10, clean. We come to chapter Roman 7, key players to enable the implementation of the strategy. Paragraph 15, clean. Paragraph 16, clean, including all the bullet points. Paragraph 17, clean as well. Chapter Roman 8, resources for implementation. Paragraph 18, clean. 19, clean. 20, clean. 21, clean. The box, funding mechanisms and channels, no changes proposed. Chapter Roman 9, monitoring and review. Para 22, clean. 23, clean. 24, clean, 25, clean. We come to description of the guiding principles. Guiding principle 1. We have alternatives. Involve women or be gender responsive. In line with what we agreed before, we would go with involve women and delete be gender responsive. That seems to be acceptable. Thank you very much. Little Roman 2. Little Roman 3. Suggestion to replace fully committed and engaged in by to actively participate in. I don't see requests for the floor, so it is agreed. Little Roman 4, strengthen regional and national institutions, clean. 5, promote cooperative action and partnerships, clean. Roman 6, clean. Little Roman 7, we need to adapt the title of that principle in accordance with what we agreed earlier on. Thank you. And then we have a proposal to delete among others in the text. Because we already state of all stakeholders, and then we specify a bit, and among others, I think the among others is superfluous. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you. It's not about the among others, we understand that, but I'm wondering if it's not easier to leave the title until approach, because it would read, encourage a multi-stakeholder approach. And then you have all the list of groups. Otherwise, there will be like a little contradiction between the first phrase and the list that it's below. You will be highlighting women and youth over other groups that are in the paragraph.
Thank you very much. Argentina, under Chapter 5, where we list the guiding principles, we agreed to use encourage a multi-stakeholder approach and what follows then, and we said we're going to carry that over to this one. So I would suggest to you to keep as was approved. Thank you. So we can go back. So I think everybody feels happy to delete among others. So this is deleted. We go to Little Roman 8. No changes proposed. We come to the draft action plan. So we have in the heading, Annex 2, brackets to the strategy. I think that's just to make it clear. We leave the brackets there. First paragraph, no changes proposed. Second paragraph, we add regional. I don't see the request for the floor, so accepted. Third paragraph is clean. We go to A, Secretariat. Heading is free, Roman 1 activity. We go to the task list, no changes proposed. We go to Roman 2. First bullet point. Two options. So first of all, we propose to be a little bit less ambitious, 2028, and then we do have two options. So as there is no request for the floor, and we probably need to choose one of those two options, I propose to you to keep engaged the standing committee. That's a body we know. We don't need necessarily to establish a new informal group, so we keep a transparency and we are informed what's happening. I don't see any requests for the floor, so we do this. Then you lift the brackets around that. Yes, thank you. Next bullet point. There's a proposal for a new year. No request for the floor, so we delete 2027. Thank you. Last bullet point in there, there is a change, just changing the date to 2029. That seems to be acceptable as well. Thank you. We go to Roman 3, activity. And you just specified or written in full the name of the commission. I think that should be acceptable. You go to the tasks, second task, so second bullet point. Here, in order to be consistent with what before, I suggest it's just off the global plan of action, but I see the commission. Commission, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to take you back to the header of activity 3, the strategy in approach 3, and also in approach 4A, as well as the action plan in the introduction, refers to coordination, cooperation, and collaboration with the Commission rather than the Commission Secretariat. So for the sake of consistency, we would suggest to delete the term Secretariat from the title of activity 3. I also suggest this because the Secretariat of the Commission obviously reports to and receives instructions from the Commission rather than from the governing body. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I take it that this is acceptable. Thank you. So we would delete a secretariat in the heading under Roman 3. Thank you for that. And so just to go back to the second bullet point, we refer to the global plan of action and not the revised second in order to be consistent with what we stated before. That seems to be okay. Thank you. We come to B, contracting parties and other stakeholders. heading is okay. Roman 1 activity heading is okay. Tasks, first bullet point is okay. Second bullet point was a suggestion for a new task. I don't see any requests for the floor. Can I take it that this new task is acceptable? So we lift the brackets. Third bullet point. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you. Sorry, I was a bit slow. On the new addition, I would like to seek clarification what is intended, because it reads as though we are asking that regional centers of excellence are established. And I'm not sure that's something we can do.
Thank you. Switzerland, Paraguay.
Gracias, señor presidente. Thank you, Mr. President. We would like to eliminate everything in brackets, for everything in the brackets. In other words, and into existing laws where appropriate. That's what they want eliminated.
Thank you. Paraguay, Switzerland just brought us back to this a new task, development of regional capacity through the establishment and so on. And so we note of your a proposal for the third bullet point, but the so I think that was a proposal made by Uganda. If Uganda would like to specify what's the meaning of this task.
Yes, Chair.
Uganda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. This is an Africa regional suggestion. It is in a vision and of the Secretariat working with Africa Union to support the development of centers of excellence to manage and enhance capacity of utilizing resources within the Africa region. So I don't know whether that is a task which cannot be supported within this framework, because Africa region thought that it can be realized since we already have support at the Africa region level.
Thank you very much, Uganda. I think maybe we can, in order to take on board the concern made by Switzerland, maybe we can add development of regional capacities, as appropriate, then for those who are not involved in any of those activities, they are not concerned by that. Would that take care of your concern, Switzerland? Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps, yeah, that's a way forward, and maybe simply just delete the words "the establishment of," so through regional centers, to make it clear we're not asking to set up new centers.
Papua New Guinea, is this on this point? You have the floor.
Sorry. The task under, this task is under the number 1 activity, which is about alignment of relevant national plans with capacity development strategy. So the particular point here seems like it is maybe better placed under one of the activities that follows below, like strengthen collaboration between public-private, or no, it's probably maybe more under activity 3, establish or participate in regional and global partnerships and networks on capacity development. So it may be better moved maybe to under that as a task under that activity, because this is not really directly related to the alignment of action plans with the capacity development strategy. That's a suggestion.
Thank you very much, Papua New Guinea. Indeed, that's a very valid point. I see the United States.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I agree with Papua New Guinea. That was the point I was wanting to make.
Thank you, yes. Uganda?
Actually, Chair, our suggestion was the suggestion was supposed to be under activity 3, so it was misplaced. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So apologies for the confusion. We move it to a activity 3 and put it there. And I still would, I think, keep the as appropriate, but we can leave the establishment because the activity itself refers to establishment. Thank you. We go back to first activity, Roman first activity, and go to a bullet point 2, where we have Paraguay, a suggestion, the deletion of the text that is in brackets. I see agreement with I don't see any request for the floor, so it's agreed to delete the text there. Thank you. We move on. To a footnote, double asterisk, we have there the same issue as we had at the beginning. Sheila, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. For my delegation, and we've always heard also for other ones, it's important not to exclude this part because it would help us to support national work or national activities.
Chile, you're referring to what is down in the footnote.
Excluding category 10 within the options of capacity development, both here and at the beginning. I'm sorry, but because we came late to this session.
Thank you very much, Chile, for this clarification. I have Japan. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. This is the same for the beginning and here. We would like to suggest replacing category 10 with intellectual property. If that's making it clear, because the category 10 is referring to the legal measures, and this was not adopted by consensus, so we would have to exclude the category 10 from these options. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. So how would the text read then? Thank you.
So instead of category 10 of the options, we suggest excluding intellectual property from the scope. of the Capacity Development Action Plan. So delete the category 10 of the options as part of, and replace with intellectual property from the scope of. From the scope of. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Argentina.
Thank you very much, Chair. In the beginning, we were flexible with regard to this paragraph or this footnote, but now we're really confused. This is a footnote that is supposed to, I mean, the definition of a footnote is that its purpose is to help the understanding, not to confuse. And now the footnote is really confusing because we're talking about national action plans, but we're trying to be very prescriptive, not only in what they may include, but in particular following the suggestion by Japan in what they should exclude. So, sir, we would suggest maybe to say, instead of may include, to say may contemplate, and then to enumerate all the categories without necessarily going into what they may, because in the end they may exclude or not. So to be very honest, it sounds very weird, and it's so either we don't include the footnote or we are, probably it's better that we are more general, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Argentina, United States.
Thank you, Chair. And I wanted to come in and say, on reading the footnote, I also felt like it was probably too prescriptive. My inclination would be to delete the entire footnote, not just specific sections of the footnote, especially trying to understand like what is already within the scope of what parties consider in their national action plans, and if the things that are listed out in this are even possible to include in that, like distribution of benefits, including those generated under the CBD. Those are decisions that are made by bodies under the CBD, and I don't know if it's directed by national action plans. I feel uncomfortable with the idea of making a prescriptive list on things that may be included. So I'd actually like to see the whole footnote deleted, but or significantly limited to things that are done under the treaty. Thank you.
Thank you, United States. Chogo.
Thank you, Chair. In fact, it is a footnote which is supposed to clarify so that anyone reading it can better understand the original note. So instead of bringing confusion or a misunderstanding, I think that I agree with deleting this footnote altogether, or perhaps we exclude the additional insertions which are currently being added. Thank you. Thank
you very much. Indeed, it is a footnote. It It's about inclusion and exclusion and inclusion again. This reminds me of a different discussion we are having. I would suppose we delete this footnote altogether. The way it is here, it is really not helpful, and I thank you for those who proposed that. I see Czech, yeah, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We would propose and support the deletion of the footnote.
Thank you very much. So the footnote is deleted. 3, 2, 1, Japan.
Thank you, Chair. Let me confirm with my colleagues who are in the Farmers' Rights Contact Group if the deletion is okay.
Okay. Do you know where they are?
Thank you, Japan. So we put the footnote in brackets and we wait for confirmation of Japan. Thank you. We move on to the second activity. There are no changes proposed. We move on to the third activity. There we included the activity formerly contained in activity 1. But we said also we would keep the establishment as the title refers to establishment. It doesn't really harm. Argentina, you have the floor.
Regarding the paragraph, the previous paragraph, we already mentioned about the concept of synergies, and we prefer collaboration and cooperation. So you have it on the italic reference. Okay, thank you. And as well on the next one, on the same sentence. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. This proposal is based on agreements we made in this room earlier on. Thank you, Argentina. So back to activity 3. We move on to activity 4. There are tasks with no suggested amendments. Thank you. So we went through the strategy and the action plan. We go back to paragraph 10 and see whether Japan has alternative wording to offer. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I wanted to comment on the last part first. When I see the text now, the development of regional capacities through, as appropriate, through the establishment of regional centers, I thought we were deleting the establishment. Can I confirm on this part first?
Yeah, thank you very much. Before we just moved it in the understanding that it refers, the third activity refers to establish, I said it doesn't harm if we keep the establishment there because we talk the whole third activity is about establishment. But I'm If the room feels happy with deleting the establishment in that bullet point, of course I'm happy too. Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding our previous intervention, we also see it in this part of the text, just before activity 3 and at the end, synergies once again. If the Secretariat could take note, we'll be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. South Africa.
Thanks, Chair. We are happy to keep establishment. There's already as appropriate, and perhaps where it says and enhance, is it not supposed to be enhanced with a D at the end? Thanks, Chair. Because it's for genetic resources management, and I don't know. But we would like to keep establishment, please.
Thank you, South Africa. Japan, is that okay with you to keep the establishment as the entire activity refers to establishments?
Thank you, Chair. If the regional centers are already established, I think we don't need to mention the establishment here. And if it's not, then the establishment means like we need new resources in the activities to do this. So not to make it too broad in the sense that the establishment can be deleted. Thank you.
So I think we just could move the as appropriate. Development of regional capacity through the establishment of regional centers, as appropriate, and go on. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify, the current scenario is that Africa has established a mechanism, has developed a mechanism for establishing those regional centers. They are not yet established. But largely what we are looking for here is developing capacities to be able to establish those centers. It doesn't mean necessarily that the treaty will be required to establish those centers, but it is the opinion of the African region to establish those centers. But we recognize that we may lack the capacities to establish them. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. I think the text as it stands now is reflecting that. Morocco, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We support the text as it's right now because the establishment is in the title of the activity. Thank you.
Thank you, Morocco. I don't see any requests for the floor, so can I take it that the text as it is now agreeable? Thank you for your spirit of cooperation. So maybe I now go back to paragraph 10 and see whether we could see alternative language on this one. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So we would like to suggest, instead of category 10, intellectual property. Sorry, category 10 of the options. So instead of category 10 of the options, we would like to suggest intellectual property is excluded from the scope.
Thank you, Japan. I see Norway.
Thank you, Chair. And I think you had a very good explanation of this paragraph that is actually just listing up the key parts of the international treaty, which is fully agreed to all. This is what the treaty is about. With the inclusion by Japan, it seems that we are starting to interpret what the different content of the treaty is and is not. So that is not acceptable to Norway. So we will go along with your proposal, either to name the parts of the treaty or to refer to the articles of the treaty. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. I see South Africa.
Thanks, Chair. This edition is very confusing because as we were discussing this paragraph, it was clear that all we were emphasizing are the elements of the treaty, and that is not, the edition proposed is not acceptable. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, South Africa. Argentina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This topic was already treated on the footnote, and the solution there was eliminating the reference. We feel the same here, so we support Norway in the deletion of the bracket text. Thank you.
Thank you. I see the United States.
Thank you, Chair. I think we would prefer to see the text that references the parts of the international treaty not having additions into it, but there is at the end of this paragraph reference to relevant resolutions of the governing body providing guidance on the respective areas of work. So I just wanted to point to that, and I know there's been a lot of discussion at this governing body session on this issue in particular, and I wonder if there is guidance potentially coming out of the decision being made that would provide some comfort in this area of work. I don't have a suggestion for the text, but I wanted to just draw attention to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. United States, Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to explain why we want to include this. It's the same for the discussion on the footnote that the category 10 of the options was not adopted by consensus. So we would like to see this excluded, and we want to make sure that this is not part of the capacity development plan. So maybe not here, but elsewhere. And I just confirmed with my colleague that the footnote deletion is okay. But when we come to the decision text, there is approval of this capacity development itself. But if we don't include anywhere that the category 10 is excluded, then we cannot approve this capacity development strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan, and thank you for your flexibility regarding the footnote. So I just note the footnote is deleted. Thank you. I've checked, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I said at the beginning, Czechia wants to support Argentina and Norway deleting this text.
Thank you, Czechia. Norway again.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I would just like to thank the delegate from US as well, giving attendance to the last part of this sentence, showing that in which area of the parts of the treaty there will be capacity building is guided by the decisions made at the different sessions of the governing body. So that is setting the frame of what you will do and not do within the different parts. So thank you.
Thank you, Norway. Papua New Guinea.
I like to support the suggestion to delete this insertion. I think category 10 has actually A, B, C, so there are different parts to category 10. And I'm not too sure why intellectual property is singled out. I think it is not about interfering in any national laws or policies or the way contracting parties are dealing with intellectual property. I think this is about capacity building. And from our region, I mean, there's a great need to build capacity on understanding intellectual property. And so this is, so there are very elements, I think, that are relevant. And in order to avoid listing, I would go basically just to delete that whole insertion to keep things open.
Thank you very much. Papua New Guinea, Chile, you have the floor.
Gracias, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. We would just like to support the suggestion of eliminating or deleting the entire, everything that's within the brackets. We support that.
Thank you very much. So I think there is a broad support for the deletion of this reference here. The way I look at this paragraph, it is indeed just a list of articles of the treaty. That's Article 5, Article 6, Article 9, Article 10 to 13, Article 17, and other supporting components, the relevant resolutions of the governing body providing guidance on the respective areas of the work. So what I would suggest is indeed replacing the titles of the articles by the number of the articles, delete the bracket in there, because there's nothing, when we don't need to say that intellectual property is excluded from the scope of any specific article. I think we don't need that. And then we would go on as suggested. And I think it is important to see that what the US said and also repeated by Norway is the last part of the paragraph, the relevant resolutions of the governing body providing guidance on the respective areas of work. And so I think we have a discussion also under other agenda items how that guidance looks like. And I would suggest to all of you to look at this text, and I seek your agreement on that. I don't see any requests for the floor, so this is accepted. Thank you very much for your spirit of cooperation. Japan?
Sorry, Chair, to come back to this, but as I explained earlier, we cannot approve the capacity development strategy if we make sure that the category 10 is excluded from the scope of the capacity development. So I think this suggested edit is okay, but we have to make sure in anywhere of the document that this category is excluded. So it has to be written, I think. And as we have to see other relevant resolution of the governing body as stated here, maybe we wait to approve this part until the other relevant resolutions are reaching to the consensus. Thank you.
So thank you very much. What I would like to suggest is that we accept the text as I proposed here, that you look in the capacity strategy in introduction or in the upper part, and you try to describe up there what you'd like to see, and then we look at that text there, because here I don't think we shouldn't go down the road of trying to exclude certain parts of law from certain articles, as the treaty language is clear enough, and we shouldn't try to give it the one or the other notion through this strategy. So if that's acceptable for Japan, we would do that. We would now go to the resolution. We understand that it's not the moment yet to approve this resolution, but there are other changes in there. I think we can actually look at that text. So if you go to the first page. That's the draft resolution. We do understand we keep the brackets under 1, we keep the brackets under 2, but we do have other changes. We think we will be able to clean the text. So I go to paragraph 3. I think Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies. We had requested the floor with regard to previous para 10, but at this point we're fine with your proposed course of action. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Argentina. Sorry that I missed you on the screen. Can I take it that paragraph 3, the new suggestion is accepted? Paragraph 4. And paragraph 5, I again have the CGRFA. Commission, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. The strategy and the action plan foresee collaboration and coordination of various capacity development initiatives with the Commission. And as these activities are not covered by the resolution agreed under agenda item 16.1, that's the resolution on cooperation between the governing body and the Commission, could I suggest a very short new paragraph 4 bis, which would read, invites the Commission on Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture to coordinate relevant capacity development initiatives with the governing body. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you to the Commission. Is there a contracting party that wants to support this so that we can consider it? Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks to the Commission for the proposal. We are fine with the concept of coordination with the Commission. The question is that here is the paragraph looks like giving an active role to the Commission. We're not so sure that that is very appropriate. Our concept would be rather to indicate that the governing body may coordinate as appropriate with the Commission. The question is that the verb to start that would be I'm not sure how it would start, because the governing body cannot invite itself, of course. So it would be something along the lines of affirms that the governing body may coordinate as appropriate, and that would be kind of the same, but no, putting the responsibility onto the Commission. I hope that is acceptable also to the representatives of the Commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Argentina after United States.
Thank you, Chair. I had a similar reaction. I was still digesting the information. We support the point from the Commission, but felt like it implied that they played a coordinating role in this by saying invite them to coordinate, and then the way it was framed. So we would suggest as an alternative, invites the CGRFA to coordinate with the governing body on relevant capacity development initiatives. I can reread that if that was too quick.
Thank you. United States. Would that take up the concern of Argentina? Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And we thank the United States for the suggestion. We are afraid, sir, that invites the Commission to coordinate with the government still keeps the active role of the Commission. So maybe the other way would be that to say, start with affirms that the governing body and the Commission may coordinate as appropriate. So it's more or less on an equal footing, but also requiring coordination. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I may have just a suggestion to help this. If we say invites the Secretary to coordinate with the Commission, then we follow the sequence we normally do. We ask the Secretary to do something with another body. I think then we are in line with also the resolutions under cooperation with other international organizations. So it would read, invites the Secretary to coordinate with the CGRFA on relevant capacity development initiatives. I would submit that proposal to you. Thank you. I have Argentina.
Thank you, sir. And it's a very good suggestion. We would just like to give some leeway to the Secretary and to coordinate as appropriate, and he would determine when it is appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see the floor for any interventions, so I take it you have agreement on the text you just see now. Thank you. Then we come to paragraph 6. Which just adds subsequent sessions. So this is becoming a more regular issue the governing body is looking at. I don't see the request for the floor. So thank you. We went through the resolution. We have a number 1 and number 2 still open in brackets. We would like to request Japan to come back with us and with a proposal where in the opening text of the strategy you would like to see the reassurance you need, and maybe reach out to other contracting parties to see whether that finds a consensus and come back early in the afternoon plenary for that, so that we put this one aside and wait for your suggestion. Thank you. If that's acceptable, thank you very much. So now we would go back to the resolutions that still have outstanding issues. And we would start with 9.1 ref 1. So we have paragraph 8. So we keep that aside for the moment. We move to item 11. Report on the implementation of the Global Information System, CRP1. Thank you. So there we have a 10Bs. Can you show it? Ten Bs first. We had 10Bs first, and then we asked the small group of Kenya and the US to come back to us with a compromise text. Okay, there is none yet. Then we go to paragraph 7. So there the proposal is to delete the after national databases, delete I think the entire This is additional text that hasn't been agreed yet, so I seek interventions on this one. Germany, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. We could agree to the deletion of that, to stick with the original text. Apart from the voluntary use of DOIs, we would appreciate to keep here. Thank you.
Italy, you have the floor.
We support the Germany position.
Thank you, Italy. Thank you very much. So that would be the proposal for this paragraph, this one. Paraguay, you have the floor.
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you, Chair. I understand that technology transfer can be complicated, but we also think that it's very difficult to promote technology, or rather capacity development. And it would be great if you could talk about mobilization of financial resources in addition to capacity development, if it's acceptable, because it's very difficult to do capacity development without the resources.
Thank you, Paraguay. Argentina.
Thank you, Chair. We're flexible on this paragraph, but there is an element of concern if we delete technology transfer. Because improvement of national databases will not happen through capacity development alone. And this is an area where transfer of technology could play a vital role. In the international arena, there are several ways of referring to technology transfer in a manner that does not affect IPRs with regard to that technology. So we would suggest to work on some of that language in a manner that it stays with an acceptable language. But as I said, sir, improvement of national databases will not happen with capacity development alone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Paraguay, you have the floor. Normally is referred to when we internationally refer to technology transfer is comma on a voluntary basis and on mutually agreed terms. I think it's this wording that normally is used. So following the suggestion by Argentina, I would offer this wording. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Usually those are the two references, but not necessarily both. So we could accept either an voluntary technology transfer or a technology transfer on mutually agreed terms, but both is kind of an overkill. So we're flexible, and probably other colleagues could accept it too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Argentina, we certainly won't overkill anything. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We support the comment made by Argentina. We would not like to see both of the terms reflected in the text. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brazil, the United Kingdom, you have the floor.
We would prefer technology transfer on mutually agreed terms.
Thank you very much. Bhutan, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I was just wondering whether it would be possible to include the word support the Secretary to promote and support capacity building, capacity development, and also instead of using the search for financial resources, maybe explore financial resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Uruguay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Because okay, well, the way that it's written, it's fine. We hadn't understood why they added by mutual agreement, but now we do. So it's fine the way it is.
Thank you. I think we need to reflect the intervention by the UK. They propose to keep only mutually agreed terms. Secretariat. Korea.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Korea also doesn't like overkill, so Korea supports this suggestion by UK on mutually agreed terms. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Argentina, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Having heard Uruguay and their concern about making capacity development something that the Secretariat cannot do by itself, but that requires agreed terms, we would like to suggest to promote capacity development, technology transfer on mutually agreed terms, and the mobilization, and we can accept the language by Uruguay. By inserting a comma before technology transfer, it is, we believe, clear that technology transfer is what is subject to mutually agreed terms and not the rest. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Argentina. To include more clarity, there isn't any request for the floor, so we would have a paragraph 7, request the Secretary to promote capacity development, a technology transfer on mutually agreed terms, and the mobilization of financial resources for the improvement of national databases, the access and use of information in the GLIS portal, and voluntary use of a DO of toys, which will contribute to the implementation of the 5 objectives of the POW GLIS. So we would lift the brackets around the voluntary use of of toys. I have Japan.
Thank you, Chair. I think we can compromise on this mutually agreed terms above. Sorry, can you go up? But I don't know when the financial resources from all sources were deleted.
That was a proposal made in the room just before.
Sorry, I want to keep it there.
Thank you. Argentina.
Thank you, sir. I'm not a native speaker, but we're negotiating a text in English. Our feeling is that after transfer, between transfer and on mutually, we shouldn't have a comma. Just to make it better understood. With regard to the concern of Japan, we're flexible, but from all sources, we're not so sure what it means. So maybe we could get some explanation as to the extent of that phrase. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. As I explained yesterday too, the from all sources mean that the Secretary will do the fundraising or the resource mobilization from public institutions, private institutions, philanthropies, CSOs, anyone like from all sources. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. Japan, United States, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and I apologize because I had missed some of the discussion while we were working out text. At an appropriate moment, I do have a compromise proposal from that, but to speak on the issue at hand, I had understood that the search for financial resources was probably closer to like identification of existing resources rather than mobilization of new resources. So I'd like to suggest identification of financial resources and then from existing sources. Thank you.
Thank you. The US have Paraguay.
Bueno, yo tenemos acordado ya un texto con la firma regular y ahora vamos a regresar a la parte donde se necesita todavía pulir un poco el tema, creo que es el párrafo 10, el 10 bis.
Sorry, the US, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and many thanks to my colleagues from Kenya and Morocco who joined us to discuss a potential compromise on this 10 bis and 10 ter. I think we worked really constructively and have come up with a compromise text, which I will share. So the compromise is based on the understanding that yesterday we came to the understanding that 10 bis and 10 ter aren't going to be merged, and that at the end of 10 ter within the multilateral system was deleted at the end of 10 ter. And then we have a simplification of 10 bis. So it would read, takes note of the developments in relevant international fora related to DSI/GSD. And that would be the full paragraph. So it's a significant simplification. Thank you.
thank you very much for this compromise text. I don't see any request for the floor, so I can take it that this is accepted. I see Uganda. Uganda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I think we need to remove the space between for so that it reads developments in relevant fora.
Yeah.
International fora, yes. Okay.
Thank you very much for this edit. So I don't see any further requests for the floor. Thank you very much. This text is adopted. With that, we've cleaned the resolution and it is ready to go to adoption at the end. Thank you very much. So we will move to item 15. US, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make you aware. So we have people who are supposed to be in the small group for AXU, but who are also covering 9.1, and we don't have sufficient technical knowledge of the discussion to be able to switch out people. So just if you can give us a heads up before 9.1, because we'll have to call them out. Thank you.
We have Uruguay.
One question, Mr. President. Didn't we have two more paragraphs open in the last document, 11 bis and 11 ter?
We should just open the file again. Thank you very much, Uruguay. Indeed, we do have those two paragraphs, which I offer for your consideration. Brazil, you have the floor.
I was going to comment on another thing, but since I have the floor, could I kindly ask if there's a way to reduce the file so we can see the name of the file? Since we don't know the item, there's no indication on the screen, and to whoever is coming into the room, we know what we're talking about. Thank you.
Brazil, I'm not sure whether that's technically feasible.
If you reduce the window, I think that should appear.
The problem is then I can't read anything anymore because I have my screen there and it is already quite small.
Wow.
Sorry for that, but in between you have the CG centers asking for the floor. CG, we have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and apologies if we missed something, but it appears that 6 bis is in the form it was before we discussed it for an hour and a half yesterday.
Thank you very much. I will ask the Secretariat to clarify the version of the document. I don't want that we work on different versions and at the very end we're going to have I don't say mess, but it would be one. So please bear with us. We'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you very much for your patience. So we're going to show you on the screen, we are in item 11. And you see here the text we just agreed, 10 bis, 10 ter. It's in the right version, the latest version. Now we indeed, as Uruguay pointed out, we need to deal with these two paragraphs. Floor is open. We start with 11 bis. Uruguay after floor.
You do it? Delete between interoperation or merging of.
We are in 11 bis.
11 bis, okay.
Yes.
Sorry.
I don't see any requests for the floor. Can I take it that this is accepted? Uruguay, is this for 11 bis?
No, it's for 11 ter.
Okay, thank you very much. So I don't see any requests for the floor. We lift the brackets. Thank you. 11 ter. Uruguay, you have the floor.
How it should read for us.
Thank you, Uruguay. I don't see any further requests for the floor, so I take it this proposal is acceptable. You can lift the brackets. With that, I now really believe we finalized this and approved the document for adoption later together with the report. Thank you very much for that, and again, thank you very much for your patience. We now move on to item 15. That's the report from FAO on its contribution to the implementation of the international treaty. So here we do have paragraph 7, and this was a small group on trying to resolve the SDG issue. United States, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. After some quick discussion, and thanks to the UK and Norway for a quick huddle, we have sort of come to the conclusion that it's not possible to come up with one consistent answer to our problem across the different agenda items. And we would need more time to consult and would request specific time to be able to sit down and go through each one. And if it's possible, if the Secretariat could just give us a one-page with the paragraphs that need to be resolved so we can all have it and sit together and go through. We think that that would be necessary to actually come up with a solution. Otherwise, we're at complete loggerheads. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So if I understand you correctly, you would like to have one document with all the references to the SDGs across the different resolutions, and then you look at them one by one, and you will come back with a solution for all of these. We also requested a room and specific time. Specific time might be a little bit difficult, but we come back to you on when that would be possible. Okay, good. So we park this one. Then we move on to paragraph 10. There, Brazil wanted to consult with capital. Sweden.
I'm sorry, Chair. Can I ask to have the text on the screen? My memory is not so, it's not good enough that I remember what it is like from yesterday.
Thank you.
Thanks.
It was Brazil. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. If I recall correctly, we had agreed on maintaining the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund, and I would like to maintain cooperation. We could delete complementarities and the rest of the bracket, the rest of our suggestions, and maintain as well such as. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil, for that. With that, I take it we have an agreed text here. I don't see the request for the floor. Thank you very much for this. Thank you, Brazil. We now go to 16.1. So the Secretariat shows you the text on the screen. There we have a paragraph 5, little Roman 4. Japan wanted to check with Capital whether they could delete whether we could delete the text in the brackets. Japan, you have the floor. While we wait for Japan, we can move on 5, little Roman 6. There we had a small group of Switzerland, Norway, Brazil, and Canada to find a compromise text. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If I'm not mistaken, it's Little Rome 7, right? Yes, thank you. Yes, I would like to thank the help from our friend from Norway, Bell. Brazil and Canada have reached an agreement to use the language that it's in the report of the CGRFA from the 20th session of the CGRFA. Is this it? Yes. So it will be on the first pair of brackets, subject to the availability of resources. And maintain the need and delete and expectations. So lift the brackets between the need. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the little group for this proposal. I don't see any requests for the floor, so Cameron, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Can we remove additional there?
There was a request to remove additional. Brazil, I think, nodded. Brazil,
Yes, the text from the report of the 20th session is subject to the availability of resources. Thank you.
Thank you. Norway, you have the floor.
Sorry, yeah, just to confirm that to use the precise same language as in the Commission, and which is also agreed language in this treaty when we usually have GB decisions related to activities outside the core budget. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So it is, we delete a additional, and I see, yes, indeed, the brackets are lifted. So thank you for your efforts. We have this text agreed as well. Maybe let me now go back to 5 little Roman 4. Japan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. In between the sessions, I think received a proposal from Norway, and we just there was a counter proposal for including the Article 1, the objectives of the treaty, and I think we could, agree to including that instead of this preamble. So I think we could add the objectives of the article written over there, if you could add that right after, right exactly where you're currently highlighting. So I would read, recalling that the objectives of the international treaty are the conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, comma, and the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising out of their use, comma, in harmony with the Convention on Biodiversity for Sustainable Agriculture and Food Security. And stop. Huh? Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay, sorry. Maybe we could add right after national law, comma, and to make, show that it's a different, part, because the objectives are only from the recalling after part, so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Japan, Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So just to clarify, Norway's intervention is that it was an alternative rather than to pick different parts of the preamble text of the treaty. Sometimes in our resolutions, we recall the objectives of the treaty. So it was in a sense of compromise in that. But I think that what we actually are capturing in this part of the resolution is to just reflect decisions already made, activities made by the Commission. And this task is actually just to recall that the Commission is going to do a desk study on seed policies, and that's all. So our really clear preference is to not add things there. But if you are adding things there, we could say that the treaty's contribution to this is to recall the objectives of the treaty. Thank you.
Thank you. Norway, also thank you for your flexibility. I don't see a request for the floor, so I take it that we find agreement on this text in the room. We have Norway.
So we could agree to add a reference to the objectives, but not this national law reference. So it was a proposal as an alternative to that. So that needs to be deleted. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. So if I understand, that will be United Kingdom.
Thank you, Chair. I think it is still really important to respect contracting parties' national sovereignty, so I request that that is reflected in the wording there. So respecting contracting parties' national sovereignty. That's my suggestion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Japan.
Okay, sorry. Oh, thank you, Chair. Sorry, I'm really bad with technology. I would like to echo the comments just made from the United Kingdom. I think this part regarding the CGRFA discusses seed laws, and laws, it requires national sovereignty. So I think it will be very important to have that respecting national sovereignty for creating national law in there. Thank you.
Norway. Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and sorry for taking the floor again, but I would really like to have more information from colleagues on how a desk study could respect contracting parties' sovereignty to create a national law. So this is a desk study where there is already a draft being prepared. So this is work being conducted by the Commission. They will do a desk study. The terms of reference were agreed at the last session of the Commission. And I think that is an area where we think it's interesting that the Secretariat of the Treaty is collaborating with the Secretariat of the Commission. So that is, in our understanding, the full, complete meaning of this paragraph. So in order to consider how a desk study could respect other countries, I would need some more clear explanations from colleagues, please.
Thank you very much. Norway, the US.
Thank you, Chair. So I'd like to come in and support Japan and the UK about wanting to keep the respecting contracting parties' sovereignty for creating national law, and reflect back on our earlier discussion about how the decisions that are taken in the governing body do provide guidance on how we'd like to see the work performed in the intersessional period. And so this is welcoming joint collaborative activities, and I think this additional text provides some guidance on what we would like to keep in mind as those activities are ongoing. And so I think if the desk study is addressing national laws and policies, I do think that this is just helpful guidance to have reflected from the governing body. So my preference would be to keep it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, US. Tunisia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also support United Kingdom and Japan to keep the paragraph respecting, the phrase respecting contracting parties' sovereignty for creating national law. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Tunisia. Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Korea can be flexible about keeping or deleting this part, but if we decided to keep it, then respecting contracting parties' sovereignty for creating, I don't feel comfortable with this creating. Mostly we adopting, maintaining, or implementing national law, and in addition to that, I hope we could have a national law with regard to something, because it is too broad here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Korea. So I take it that it was sovereignty for the adoption of national law in this United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Korea. I wonder whether respecting contracting parties' national sovereignty is enough, and we don't need for creating national law, because that's maybe not necessary, because national sovereignty will allow for creating law. So yeah, I wonder if that's acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. We'll find out. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding Korea's input, I think we could go with how about sovereignty for drafting national law? I think that was our first proposal. So, thank you.
Korea.
Yes, thank you. Korea is flexible about national sovereignty, or drafting is a different. Drafting is just formulating a national law. You could do, but adopting or implementing is a different. Giving effect to it. So I prefer adopting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Before we go into the different stages of how a countries develop, discuss, approve, adopt and implement their laws, I would suggest to just delete for the reference to national law and keep as the United Kingdom suggested respecting contracting parties' sovereignty, and I would look in the room whether that would be acceptable. Of course, always and recalling that the objectives and so it goes together. United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it needs to say national sovereignty, but for me that's fine.
Thank you. There aren't any requests for the floor. Japan?
Thank you, Chair. We would like to see the, words of national law, but we would take the proposal from South Korea regarding the implementation of national law, maybe?
Japan, just if we are more specific, then are you saying that countries are not sovereign in the development of national laws? I think I really like very much, if we have to indeed to refer to national sovereignty in the paragraph like that, I would suggest and urge you to keep it short. Really respecting contracting parties' national sovereignty says it all. Whether it's implementing, whether it's drafting, whether it's adopting, it doesn't really matter. So I really would urge you to accept that where we are. If we don't find agreement on this paragraph, the paragraph is gone. I have Korea. Korea, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Korea could go along with the suggestion by UK because national sovereignty captures everything. Thank you.
Japan?
Thank you, Chair. I think Japan can accept that then. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we quickly clean the text. We have respecting contracting parties' national sovereignty, comma, and recalling that the objectives of the international treaty are the conservation and sustainable use of PGRFA and the fair and equitable sharing, and you know the objectives better than me. So with that, do I have agreement for that compromise? Thank you very much. With that, we have another a resolution approved and ready to be moved forward for adoption. Thank you to all for the spirit of compromise. This was very important. Thank you to Japan and colleagues to really working hard in finding a solution here. It's 1 o'clock, past 1 o'clock, so we will reconvene at 3 o'clock. We again will try to indicate what sequence we go forward with a discussion of the draft resolutions. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch.
Yes, a quick announcement. The Budget Committee meets in the usual place at 1:30. So you have a bit of time to grab quick lunch before joining us.
Dear colleagues, welcome back to the plenary session. We continue with our work going through the draft resolutions. We will start with a 16.3. Then we will go to 9.1. Then we will ask whether for the capacity development strategy, Japan and friends found a solution for to cover their concern. And then we will go into 16.4, 4.2, 4.3. And then in the funding strategy, which is 10, and then 17.2. That's more or less the program for this afternoon. So that's a lot of work, and we try to be as focused and concise as possible. Just to make sure, a farmers' rights contact group meeting now in the usual room for those of you concerned. Make sure you make your way to the farmers' rights group. Any other announcement, Kent? Good. Let's pull up 16.3. There we have paragraph 4. And here was the question whether we could accept the last reference there, taking duly into account all rights over genetic resources. Burkina Faso, vous avez la parole.
Burkina Faso, you have the floor.
Merci. I open the floor. United States of America.
Thank you, Chair. With regard to the proposed language regarding rights over genetic resources, the United States is not a party to the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. We feel this issue is beyond, in addition, the mandate of the treaty. While we can accept maybe some alternative formulations of what the objective may be here, we cannot support proposals to integrate rights issues not referenced in the treaty into GB decisions. Thank you.
Thank you to the US. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Could you confirm that we're seeing item 16.3?
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. We had submitted a few suggestions to be added in the text, and we don't seem to see them in there. And they were in paragraph 9 and 13, just to flag that. Thank you. When we come to that, we would like to add the text. Thank you.
Brazil, we already reviewed, we already went once through this document as a plenary. That's why I'm a little confused right now. Brazil, you have the floor.
Right now I'm having issues with my computer. If you give me just a few moments, please. Thank you.
I fully understand issues with computer, victim of one this morning as well. So let's go back, focus on 4. We have Argentina. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. You have many suggestions for text, so you won't probably remember these were us. And what we wanted to flag here was the reference to sovereign rights over genetic resources. And maybe we can accommodate the text in that way, as the US needed some sort of flexibility. So we wonder if it would work saying, taking duly into account sovereign rights over genetic resources, that is the term coined in CBD. Thank you.
Thank you for the proposal. I see Korea.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. I would like to bring your attention to the paragraph 4. This is the start with commands the treaty secretary for something, and then we are requesting the secretary to continue monitoring the and actively participating blah 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 with a view to blah blah. And we are now we request the secretary to take duly in account several words blah. I believe this addition is out of place. So Korea would like to suggest to delete this part or find other place. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Korea. I think this was very helpful in the sense that if we have a reference either to the rights over genetic resources or to the sovereign rights of countries, when you see it is about participating in the relevant processes of the CBD, and this would mean that our secretary would in some way or another participate in negotiations, which is, I don't think is a usual thing to do, which I know they don't do. So thanks for that clarification, Korea. And with that, maybe the best thing would be to delete the reference there, because it's a different context than we had. But I have a Congo. Congo, vous avez la parole. No. So, thank you, Congo. And so what I would suggest is, due to the context where what we're discussing here, I would propose maybe that a deletion might be the best way forward here. I don't see any requests for the floor, so the text is deleted. Thank you very much for your flexibility. And here is again, I think, a text relating to, in paragraph 14, so here in paragraph 14, it is again an SDG related paragraph, so we park that until the small group was able to meet, go through all the different paragraphs of the different resolutions and come back with solutions. So we park this and would move on. I think that was the last one here in this resolution. Move on to the next one. As I said, the next one is 9.1. Brazil, you have the floor.
Yes, Chair. Apologies. First, I would request clarification about when this item, the previous item 16.3 was discussed, and about our suggestions that weren't added in the text, because we haven't, as you know, there are more than one person discussing the items, and maybe we weren't following properly, but they weren't added in the text.
Thank you, Brazil. So forget about 9.1. We go back to a 16.3. It was discussed yesterday afternoon, if my recollection is correct. And but please let's. What I would suggest we look at what you're proposing, and then we decide how to deal with that. So we go back to 16.3. So just to be clear, we're going back to 16.3 and check listen to Brazil. Brazil, you have the floor. Japan.
Sorry, Chair, this is also about the 16.3, and we wanted to come back to the paragraph 13, if that's maybe after Brazil's proposal, it's okay. Thank you.
It's noted, thank you. Otherwise, you remind me, please. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your understanding. Our first suggestion proposal was in paragraph 9. Encourages increased cooperation in the implementation of strategies for resource mobilization adopted by the biodiversity-related conventions, without reducing the availability of means of implementation.
Thank you, Brazil.
Sorry, and there's another one in paragraph 13, which is now 12, I guess. No, yes. Should I say it now? And yes?
Please say it now, then we get the overall picture.
Okay, so it would be after requests, which is now, request him, in keeping with paragraph 18 of resolution 13/2023, to continue following processes within the CBD and its Nagoya Protocol, concerning DSI GSD on genetic resources, comma, then, concerning DSI GSD on genetic resources, comma, including, then delete to follow, including developments, and it goes until maintain the same words, developing the further implementation of the MLM and its Kali fund. After and, we would propose to include to collaborate and, comma, as appropriate, coordinate with the Secretariat of the CBD on issues related to DSI, GSD, on genetic resources, comma, in line with their respective mandates, comma, and the rest of the sentence. Thank you. Yeah, in line with their thank you, in line with their respective mandates. And the reason for this suggestion is, it's because there is no paragraph that refers to, that encourages or promotes this coordination among the Secretariat. And, oh, sorry, I forgot a part of the sentence. There is after mandates, it's in order to promote coherence and mutual supportiveness, and then keep the funding. Sorry for that, sorry for the confusion. I'll go again. To collaborate and, comma, as appropriate, comma, coordinate with the Secretary of the CBD on issues related to DSI, GSD on genetic resource in line with their respective mandates, comma, in order to promote coherence and mutual supportiveness. Comma, and keep the funding committee informed. So the rationale is to have this idea very clearly of the two secretariats working together to promote mutual supportiveness. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Let's go back to paragraph 9. Here you see the addition, Brazilian addition, without reducing the availability of means of implementation. How does the room feel? Any? I don't see the request for the floor. So Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have the alternate proposal, but it looks a bit strange to me that who will reduce the availability, because the subject of this clause or the encourages cooperation in implementation. Is this contracting parties? I don't see the kind of grammatically who is reducing the availability. If someone can clarify. Thank you.
Brazil, can you clarify?
Thank you. The idea is to guarantee that the cooperation will not end up reducing the availability of means of implementation. I don't know how to clarify more than that. We don't want to have the resources being double counted. So even if it's through cooperation, the terminology cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil. Papua New Guinea.
I would concur with Japan. I also find it difficult to understand how this addition adds value to the overall statement of this paragraph. It's about encouraging increased cooperation, which should result in a improved situation and not in reducing something. So I would suggest to remove that.
Thank you very much, Papua New Guinea. Indeed, as it seems to be hard to understand, I think it would be maybe a good idea to delete it here. It adds more confusion to the paragraph than it helps. Brazil, would you be flexible enough? Thank you.
Would it be acceptable with a view to enhancing the availability of means of implementation?
I don't know, maybe. I think it sounds, in that context, more helpful, clearer. Could you just read it out?
With a view to enhance the availability of means of implementation. Thank you.
Canada, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to go back to the item, the insertion that Brazil suggested about DSI, the cooperation with the CBD on the DSI.
That's a different paragraph. We're going to come to that.
Sorry?
That's a different paragraph. We're going to come to that.
Well, but we didn't have an opportunity to make a comment.
We will make a comment, but
Okay,
let's try
right,
to focus on the one in front of us. Would that be acceptable with this more positive approach? I see Japan.
Thank you, Chair. With this revision, it looks like the cooperation is only to enhance the availability of means of implementation, and I believe this cooperation includes more than just a means of implementation, and it's simpler and more understandable without this insertion. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Japan took it out of something. I concur with, exactly with Japan's intervention. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Korea. Brazil.
We were very keen on maintaining that, but in the spirit of compromise, we'll accept deleting it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for your flexibility and spirit of compromise. So now let's go to paragraph 12, it was indeed. Paragraph 12.
Eles mudaram.
Hey, Korea, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the Brazil for enlightening us with regard to the Secretariat, enlightening to the work of Secretariat with the CBD. However, what is concerning me is that the third part, CBD and the Eastern Nagoya Protocol, based on my understanding of the process in CBD and its Nagoya Protocol is not, does not have the processes yet with regard to the DSI. So it is premature to say Nagoya Protocol here. And in addition to the CBD does not deal with the GSD, it is only using the DSI for the DS placehold. So I hope this can be reflected in this paragraph. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Korea. Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To continue in the line of the argument presented by our colleague from Japan, we would prefer removing the references to DSI GSD here in paragraph 12, but we're open to the possibility of keeping a placeholder, but that would be for item 17.2. So not in the text here, but in the text of 17.2. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Canada, reading through the text, I think indeed this concerns a DSI, and we have a agenda item 17.2 where we talk about DSI, including on with regard to the relationship on the CBD. There is text in there, so maybe if I would like to invite Brazil to consider accepting to going back to the original text we had, and you bring your proposal up in 17.2 where we have an agenda item on DSI that already includes the relationship to the CBD on that issue. Would that be agreeable?
Again, showing flexibility, could we keep this between brackets until we see 17.2?
Thank you. Indeed, I think that we can do that. And please investigate in 17.2 whether and how this could be integrated over there so that we have it all in one place. But we would keep that here in brackets parked, and we go to 17.2 and then might need to come back here, which I of course don't hope. But thank you very much for your flexibility, Brazil. So we take a note of that. Now I turn to Japan. Kenya. Sorry, Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I will go with what Brazil has said, that we keep it in brackets, but I was going to here we are reacting with what the Secretary did under this cooperation, and I thought this paragraph is in response to that and not necessarily this is exactly what we had requested the Secretary to do from the previous resolution, and he has done it, and we're thanking him for having done it. So I don't see the need of transferring it to 17.2. In my view, it belongs here. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenya, Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So we move to the paragraph 13. It's okay?
That's okay.
Thanks to the compromise and the consensus reached at the 16.1, I think we can replace the part of the brackets here with the agreed text previously. So it's going respecting contracting parties' sovereignty and recalling that the objectives of the international treaty are the conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, comma, and the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising out of the use, comma, in harmony with the Convention on Biological Diversity for sustainable agriculture and food security, comma. Sustainable agriculture and food security, comma, and then it goes to the requests.
Thank you, Japan. Sweden, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, yesterday you gave Sweden and North America the task to come up with an agreeable term for indigenous peoples and local communities. We have done so. The agreement was to use the term indigenous peoples with capitals, comma, and local communities with small letters. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sweden. Is it reflected correctly, Sweden?
It's a little bit difficult to see. Is there a comma after indigenous peoples? No. So you have it first. So it should be a comma after peoples. And in the second line, it wasn't like that, no. Thank you. Comma, yes. And a comma there as well, somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sweden and the US for finding the solution. We will also use the same formulation in all other resolutions concerning indigenous peoples, and local communities. Good. Korea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Paragraph 13 is related to the IPLC, and the COP16 took a very important decision, such as establishment of a subsidiary body on indigenous peoples and local Article LJ. And under the CBD, IPLC has a right to the traditional knowledge. However, here, I believe we had better focus on the objective and purpose of paragraph 13. The addition of the latter part is overkill and overloaded. So Korea would like to suggest to this paragraph stops just after the local communities in the fifth line. Yes, local communities, full stop there. And the Article AJ is related to the traditional knowledge, not the PGRFA or generic resources. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Korea, did I understand you correctly? You wanted to have delete the rest of the paragraph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I forgot to this part. Korea can be flexible about and the request. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would like to go back to Article 13 and keep the sentence as it is: indigenous people, comma, and local communities. The line number 5. Yes. Indigenous people, comma, and as well as local communities.
It is actually written like this.
It's deleted.
Thank you very much. Let's try to clean that paragraph up. I have Japan. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to keep our intervention here, from the respecting up until the food security, because any collaboration must respect existing rights, like the intellectual property rights under relevant international agreements, and sovereignty of each nation for creating a national law. So we would like to keep this sentence here. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. I think we are only taking note of something here. There is, and taking note, you take note of what happened. There is no activity in the upper part. In the lower part, where we talk about requests the secretary to continue to strengthen, so maybe it would help if we move your suggestion down where we actually ask the secretary to do something, just as a start to try to build consensus. Japan, you have the floor.
Let me consult with my colleague for the moment for this change. If we can come back to this, thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Go back up. Go down. Go down. The request, this was agreed already. This one. So in order to clean up that paragraph, we only have the text from Japan. And in my humble opinion, if the text is to be kept, then I think the placing is better at the end of the paragraph and not in the middle, for your consideration. Paraguay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the suggestion that this is a better place for the text for Japan's proposal. However, it seems to me that this paragraph is becoming something of a Frankenstein's monster, and that means it's less readable. And that often happens in multilateral negotiations, but what I would take the liberty of suggesting is that we simplify what Japan has suggested, and I think we can capture the same meaning with slightly less detail. So maybe we could say respecting contracting party sovereignty and in accordance with the objectives of the treaty. We could do away with the rest, which I think we're just repeating the objectives of the treaty there. I think what I've just said would be enough. Recalling is kind of hanging in midair, so I think we could say in accordance there, and that would make the text a bit simpler and a bit more readable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Paraguay. I understand. I also like a simpler text, but I think this is the text we agreed earlier this morning for the exact same wording, and we already went through an exercise trying to agree with text. And so what Japan proposed here was actually replacing a text we were discussing and came up with the text as Japan proposed. So I would suggest we just keep the proposal as Japan proposed it before. Maybe indeed in the spirit of good compromise, if I could request parties to accept this a proposal by Japan. We had a discussion around this text this morning in a similar situation about a collaboration, and I would suggest, for the spirit of compromise and coherence, we would accept that also. And maybe Japan can come back with a confirmation that placing it at the end of the paragraph is fine by them. Thank you. I don't see any requests for Japan.
Thank you, Chair. I just confirm with my colleague that it might change the meaning of the clause, so we would like to have it back in the original, like a previous place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We then state that the governing body is respecting a contracting party sovereignty in taking note something, but be as it is, we move it back up and keep it there. Okay, thank you very much. I lift the brackets around that, please. Thank you. Also lift the brackets with regard to indigenous peoples. We say indigenous peoples, comma, and local communities. Okay. Then I think we do have a clean text. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just to confirm, we would have indigenous, comma, indigenous peoples, comma, and local communities. Unfortunately, we cannot accept this terminology. We would rather go with the terminology of the treaty or with the IPLCs without comma, but the comma between the two groups, it's unacceptable for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Brazil is the proposal without comma acceptable to the room?
Indigenous peoples and local communities without the comma is also the terminology used in CBD. And if we are referring to the cooperation with CBD, it would make a lot of sense to maintain at least in this paragraph, the terminology used in that treaty, in that convention. Especially if we are talking about the program of work on Article 8J. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Egypt. Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With regard to the Mid-East, we don't have indigenous people, so if we write indigenous people and local communities, it would not make any sense. This concept does not exist in the Mid-East, so it is better to place a comma between indigenous peoples and local communities.
Egypt, I try myself with my grammatical competences. I think indigenous peoples and local communities you can understand as one block, but you can also understand it as two separate blocks. However, if you put a comma in between, so it would fit your situation if you have local communities but no indigenous peoples. If you put a comma in between, it's always separate. So it's indigenous people, that's different from local communities. Now there are national circumstances where they need to see, they see it together, and there are other ones they don't see it together. So in that sense, the indigenous peoples and local communities without comma is more flexible. It allows you to actually cover both situations. With the comma in between, it's always separate. So I think without comma would take care of your concern as well. Thank you. So I have Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would strongly prefer keeping the comma here. It is agreed language in many international fora to separate the two groups because it recognizes the individuality of both groups or the differences that exist between both groups. And indigenous peoples themselves worldwide advocate for the two groups to be recognized separately. So we strongly prefer having the comma stay there. Thank you.
Thank you. Canada, Korea.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, the CBD, if I am allowed to understand the use of indigenous peoples and local communities under CBD, it is the paragraph 13 is mentioning the Convention on Biological Diversity. And the Convention on Biological Diversity uses indigenous peoples and local communities without comma. So when we are mentioning the CBD, we had better, I believe that we had better use the original word in uses in under CBD first. And second one, in 2014, COP12, when CBD decided to use the indigenous peoples and local communities instead of indigenous and local communities, there was a lot of caution against using this word because it could create a lot of implications and changes in the use of IPLC instead of ILC. So anyway, I would like to mention that when we agreed to use the CBD here, we had to better follow the use of CBD, indigenous peoples and the local communities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Korea, Colombia, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chairman. Colombia, on this paragraph, can be flexible. However, in this specific paragraph, as Brazil mentioned, and Korea also, we believe that it's important to stick to already established language in the framework of the CBD. Article 8J on traditional knowledge and practices is very clear. It uses indigenous people in local communities without a comma. So for Colombia, in this case, we believe that it's more viable to keep the meaning as expressed in the CBD and retain this way of doing it within this paragraph. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think just before giving the floor to Brazil, I think the first reference, that's the name of the work program of the CBD, so we need to follow their lead there. That's indigenous peoples and local communities without a comma. There we don't have any flexibility because we're quoting the work program, so please delete that comma there in the second line. Exactly. We have, and then in the fifth line, we have as a governing body the flexibility to decide how we would like to refer to what we call in treaty language indigenous and local communities. Priscilla, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our understanding is that we are in the draft resolution about the cooperation between the treaty and CBD. And therefore, we should refer to the language used in CBD. And fortunately, I think we have a representative of the Secretariat from CBD in the room, and maybe she could clarify about the discussions that are ongoing in CBD about indigenous peoples and local communities and the terminology that is used in this convention that we are referring in this very specific resolution that we're talking about right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brazil. Can I turn the attention to the CBD? Catherine, enlighten us, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Brazil, for the question. First, perhaps just to mention, thank you for the correction on the second line of this paragraph, where indeed the text is referring to the title of the program of work on Article 8J, where there is no comma in the phrase Indigenous peoples and local communities, so that should not appear in the text here either, so thank you for correcting that. And then, yes, indeed, there have been discussions under the convention on the terminology Indigenous peoples and local communities over the past couple of years. This is based on recommendations that have come from the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous issues, which are considered under the convention. Up till now, there has been no agreement, no decision under the convention to change the terminology from what has been used for the past number of years, and that terminology is Indigenous peoples and local communities, with no comma in between that phrase. So that's the status of discussions under the convention at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. CBD, Canada, followed by Sweden.
Thank you, Chair. We understand that the first reference in the second line is the title of the program, so we would be okay with keeping the title of the program as it is in the second line of paragraph 13. However, regarding the second reference to Indigenous peoples and local communities on line 5, with all due respect to the work of the CBD, the forum here is a different forum, and we are not bound necessarily to the language used in the CBD forum. And as the representative from the CBD Secretariat just mentioned,
a contact group that worked a lot during this week on farmers' rights. I understand they also considered this. I don't know the result of that, so we put that in brackets. Came up with, and we look at it then and there. We'll decide then and there. And the fallback position, I do have to say, is Indigenous and local communities as agreed, as contained in the treaty, and I don't think.
Thank you, Chair. I would agree with your approach to keep it as a sort of placeholder in light of what comes out of the contact group. But if we cannot agree on that in the spirit of compromise, I would follow Sweden's suggestion to revert to the language of the plant treaty. But for the moment, we would appreciate keeping this as a placeholder. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. Korea, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Korea is also flexible about the formulation, and however, Korea also go along with the suggestion made by Brazil because the Article 8J of CBD is related to the indigenous peoples and local communities. So therefore, we cannot find a common understanding of the use of this language. Then we had a better, we could delete the IPLCs because Article 8J already captures the concept of IPLC. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So we park the issue and we come back once we look at the resolution that is proposed by the contact group. Thank you very much. Thank you. So just to we park this formulation, and we just to reconfirm that respecting contracting parties, what we put there in the middle, that's now a agreed language. Good. Thank you. Then we cleaned up this paragraph, and with the caveat that we have this one parked a issue. Thank you. And again, with regard to this resolution, so we have the paragraph we were just discussing, and in paragraph 14 still the SDG item pending, and then we await a resolution of that once we hear back from the little group. With that, we put this agenda item aside. We go to the next one, which will be 9.1. Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and I sincerely apologize to all colleagues in the room and to you. We've had a lot of shuffling here at the flag because of limited capacity, and Canada had a suggestion for the previous agenda item, a very short paragraph, but we're not sure whether we have made the suggestion on the floor yet. So it was paragraph 7 bis. So just wanted to see whether it had been included in the text of the previous resolution that we were discussing. So apologies once again for bringing you back very quickly.
Bless you. Yes, please.
So the paragraph 7 bis is there. Yes, it's there. Invite parties. Thank you very much, and apologies once again.
Thank you, Canada. So let's go back to item 9.1, paragraph 8. here I think the main task was actually to see whether there is any overlap between a para 6, which is agreed, and this wording, and if there is overlap, either shorten it or delete it. United States.
Thank you, Chair. There was actually, I want to wait if Morocco wants to make any edits to this, but I believe that we had a statement there about providing information between providers and into the report. You had asked us to figure out language about terms of use to be added in the end for reporting on number 8. We have the language, but if you don't think it is necessary to incorporate it,
Let us see the language.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we want to end it with, and any disclosure shall be made in line with the current terms of use governing the MLS information technology system under collection and use of information. Collection and use of information is in single inverted comma. So the thing is, it's not associated as easy SMTA in the document. It has a link, but the official document simply states it's information technology, the information technology system terms of use, and there's a clause called collection and use of information, and if possible, if we can consider adding a footnote or an explanatory note with the URL on it. Thank you.
Thank you. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you. Could you just quickly scroll to 6, because I think that's the one that deals with the same issue. So the Canadian proposal on paragraph 8, I think is positive and might be, if it helps, already reflected in this paragraph 6. So perhaps that section could be merged with the paragraph 6. I think then we have a complete paragraph.
How would that merge read?
So we could use the Canadian terminology, which is more explicit. And exactly, and put it there instead of the information requested in resolution, etc. Thank you.
Morocco, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please, I seek clarification because it was in 12, para 12 before, then it became para 16. Now we are talking about para 8. There is, I seek clarification if you don't mind, because we were at 16 yesterday when we put our additional statement. It's not in 8.
Thank you very much indeed. The US proposal refers to what is now paragraph 17. So if we can move that down there, thank you very much for the attention. So we move the US proposal down there, park it, come back up here. Okay, back to paragraph 8. Morocco, you have the floor.
We're going back. I will intervene at para 17.
Okay, thank you. Any comments on paragraph 8? So we try to clean the language, request the Secretary to report which contracting parties use the SMTA for the distribution of PGRFA to national gene bank clients, and to distinguish this distribution by summarizing reports among transfer of PGRFA from within a country and transfer of PGRFA obtained from other contracting parties, from CGRA centers or I think from other providers. The you have to change in that one after CGRA centers. As well as the information requested in Resolution 222, paragraph 4, and recalled in Resolution 2/2023. I don't see any interventions. You can lift the brackets. St. Lucia, you have the floor.
He requests the Secretariat to report on contracting parties which use the SMTA for distributions. So you report on the contracting parties which use the SMTA for distributions of PGRFA and continues. But to report which, it doesn't sound right to me.
Thank you very much for that. With that, a improvement. We have this paragraph agreed. We move down to paragraph A. Now, Switzerland, was it you meaning then to delete paragraph 6 with the move of part of it? So I think we can delete that paragraph. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, and sorry for the confusion because the online version is different than here. Perhaps just so that it's very clear that we are still talking about the same report that is always published, that we just amend the beginning of paragraph 8 to say, request the Secretary to continue publishing the report on the availability. So that's the title of the report. And then it continues so that we are really...
We have that in paragraph 7.
All right, then, yes, sorry, apologies. There's a lot of repetition here. So yeah, then it's fine.
Thank you. United
Thank you.
States.
Thank you, Chair. On number 6, I think the first statement has a slightly different perspective. They're asking to continue publishing the report by being able to distinguish material that is actually available to distribute versus what's being held. And that distinction is what number 6 was requesting. If we can keep the first part of it and delete everything from and include the report on transfers of PAGRFA, all of that was covered in 8, I believe.
Indeed. Thank you. Morocco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I join my voice to Switzerland. There is a difference between the document in the website and the one it's projected. They're not the same.
And what would be what's the difference?
In the para, there are differences.
So I go to the proposal by the US to delete the second part of paragraph 6 as it is now included in paragraph 8. Delete that. It's see where I can get agreement there. Argentina.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies. Although we're flexible on this, now we have some doubts because we're not so sure what is retained in 6 and in 8. Not sure whether the Secretariat could somehow make it smaller and show both paragraphs together to make sure that we're not losing something. Thank you, Secretariat. We're not losing something that we would like to keep with this editing. Oh, thank you so much. Great. Chair, would it be possible to give us 2 minutes to look at the text? Thank you.
Maybe while you're looking at it, we can actually delete paragraph 7 because it's the beginning of paragraph 6 is the same thing. So we'll delete paragraph 7, then it makes it easier also to compare paragraph 6 and paragraph 8. I saw nodding, so let's do that. I have Argentina for the floor.
Thank you, sir. To be honest, we are a little bit lost, but we kind of believe that from 6 we are losing that the information on transfers is per individual country. Maybe that is something we would be flexible as to have everything in 8, but the per individual country is something that Yeah, I know that, but the question, sir, is that it is preceded by summarizing reports. So it doesn't necessarily mean that from within a country and transfers of PGRFA obtained from other contracted parties will enumerate the countries. So that's our concern, that it might give the impression that it will not. So if it were possible somehow to recapture the idea of per individual country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think if we delete a little bit less in paragraph 6, that might fix the issue. So we keep that and delete the rest, because the rest is now in paragraph 8. I think with that we haven't lost any information we would like to see in this report. I don't see a call for the floor, so it is so agreed. Now 6 shortened, 7 deleted, as 8 amended as discussed. Thank you very much. We move down to a 17. Please, US, could you confirm that we put the new language you proposed at the right place?
Chair, please give me a minute. We are deleting in line with the terms of EasySMTA and replacing it with, and any disclosure must be done in line instead of in accordance, in line with the terms to use the current information technology system. Yes, this is correct. Thank you, Chair. Alternately, we could just add another bullet that states all reporting or all disclosure of data can be done in line with, and so it could be a blanket application, but it works even here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Morocco. Just colleagues, we need to accelerate a little bit the rhythm. We have still quite many resolutions to go through, and I'd really hope we can accelerate a little bit. Morocco, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I want to go back to the proposition I have made. I could not see it over there, which is and to report the information on the providers and the recipients of the PGRFA, their signed SMTAs, and the PGRFA accession shared through such SMTAs.
Thank you very much. I wouldn't want to go back in the negotiation to, beyond there where we actually arrived at yesterday. So I really do not want to move backwards here. Because yesterday we already had a discussion what actually is possible and what is not possible to get as information. So that was and we shouldn't go back there. Thank you. Bhutan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Actually, Bhutan also has the same concern as expressed by Morocco on paragraph, I think, 12.
Morocco?
Yes, yeah. Yesterday we were talking, what we changed when we agreed is the report on information available, which is suggested by Argentina. And we were talking with the USA, but as you know, the EZSMTA, it's a website which not could replace the contract between the providers and the recipients, which each as an SMTA which given to a third party, which the governing body. So and it was a question of disclosure and confidentiality, but in this case there is no confidentiality, because a contract between provider and the recipient, which enter in a contract and provided to the governing body, will not be anymore a confidential matter, and we should not mix it with the EZSMTA, which is a website where there are term of use, where there are some confidentiality. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Morocco, Egypt, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Egypt also has the same concern that was echoed by Morocco, and we agree Morocco's position on that. Thank you very much.
Well,
I also would like to go to Morocco, Egypt, and Bhutan.
Thank you. Nepal, Kenya.
Thank you, Chair. I think we should keep in mind that the text in the SMTA is a negotiated text by the governing body, and therefore we cannot just start throwing it out. We should go by the provisions in the SMTA. So we align ourselves with the sentiments of Morocco. Thank you.
Thank you, Morocco. Could you please read the text you would like to see? You have the floor, Morocco.
The text we proposed is as follows, and to report the available information on the providers and the recipients of the PGRFA, their signed SMTA, and the PGRFA accession shared through such SMTAs.
United States, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to point out that this disclosure is not required on any of the gene banks or providers. So this information may not even necessarily be with the Secretariat. And two, I'd like to add a modification to my last statement, if this one remains from Morocco. I'd like to change the "and any disclosure pertaining to this data collection." I just want to also point out that this is not the EZSMTA's terms of condition. It is strategically put on the IDPGRFA's website as a information and technology disclaimer, terms of use, because the way I interpret it, it is about how you report data to third parties, which is why it's not just the easy SMTA submissions that would be considered into this data. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I give the floor to the Secretariat to clarify a little bit what is available and what is not available. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The Secretariat received through ECSMTA and put in the MLS data store, which is a deposit of data connected to ECSMTA, just a minimum set of information. So we do not actually, in most cases, receive the SMTAs. We just receive a reduced set of information contained in the SMTA. Only in the cases where the SMTA has been generated through the system, a copy of the electronic SMTA is available in the system. So basically, in the term, as said before, in the term of use of this system, there is the clause of confidentiality. There are good reasons for this. In the past, this governing body has discussed, in other subsidiary bodies have discussed in detail that the information that is shared for this purpose with the governing body through the Secretariat, through this infrastructure, is to be kept confidential, and only aggregated, meaning statistics of general nature that cannot actually lead to identify information of a particular transfer can be released. So this is the situation.
Thank you. Morocco, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That in this case we can, as a second option for us, is to keep the SMTA available for the third party beneficiary and to tell the governing body exactly where it is stored and how it can be obtained. Under this option, the provider must also supply certain basic information: the SMTA reference number, the provider's name and address, the date of acceptance, and the recipient, and then the identification of each accession transferred including the crop. That is the second option for us if it has some certain confidentiality. Thank you, Chair.
Hey, can you read out? Do you have a text? Can you read out this?
Yes, sure.
Maybe we just make a para, just that we have this separately.
Separate bullet, yes.
But not 18.
To keep the SMTA available for the third party beneficiary and to tell the governing body exactly where it is stored and how it can be obtained. Under this option, the provider must also supply certain basic information: the SMTA reference number, the provider's address and name, date of acceptance, and the identification of each accession transferred, including the crop. Can you read again? Is to keep the SMTA available for the third party beneficiary and to tell the governing body exactly where it is stored and how it can be obtained. Under this option, the provider must also supply certain basic information: the SMTA reference number, the provider's name and address, date of acceptance, and the identification of each accession transferred, including the crop.
United States.
Thank you, Chair. We would not be able to support that language for multiple reasons. On the point of exactly where it is stored is again venturing into a traceability tracking arena of where that or is it the accession or is it the SMTA? It's unclear. If it's the SMTA, not sure, but there's a whole lot of personally identifiable information here, and there's different rules, institutional and national laws in place. We would not be in support of this, so we would request removing this language. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this language can't find a consensus, so please remove it. What we will do is, I think this is an issue that needs to be resolved through a bilateral consultation. So I would request Morocco and the United States to get together and come forward with a text that is clean and that is agreeable to the room. Please, because we have to move forward. I think we cannot entertain a negotiation here in plenary on this. So please go out, take 10 minutes, come back and present the text. I give you 15 minutes maybe. So thank you very much for that. With that, we move on. We have 21, that's another paragraph related to the SDGs. Paragraph 45. Kenya are now ready to remove the brackets. You have the floor.
Excuse me, Chair. The issue was para 44, isn't it?
And 45.
The paragraph that was in contention yesterday was about the support group trustees giving the regeneration or characterization of materials at national junior banks to facilitate safety duplication and replacing the materials and the multilateral system. Is this one addressing itself to the same? All right, I can see now what was for 4 years that it has become 45. I was reading the current paragraph 44, sorry.
It's paragraph 45, I think.
I will propose that we stop at, that the text stops at national gene banks, and we delete in order to include materials in the multilateral system. But duplication can be left delete in order to include, no, from include in order include materials in the multilateral system. Perhaps now for it to read, to make sense, to facilitate safety duplication in other gene banks. If we are agreeable to that text, then we can lift the brackets. Thank you.
United States, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. 2 comments on 45. Gene banks is one word at the very end for consistency. With respect to your previous comment about finding a bilateral agreement on a statement, I wish to remind you and ask you to consider, please, that the U.S. is opposing something which is in the terms of use. So we're really all I'm asking at this point is for us to uphold our own ITPG-RFA's terms of use. We're not making a new request here. This is confidential information that the FAO and the treaty refuse to provide. So I really don't know where we could get on language, because the request itself goes against our standard terms of use. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come back to that. Can you look at 45? Ghana, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I want to support the proposal by Kenya.
Thank you, Ghana. Do you have any requests for the floor? So that a language is agreed. You can lift the brackets around the paragraph, please. Just with regard to a paragraph 17, I think what it probably is needed is a conversation between Morocco and the United States, and further, I guess, further explain the situation how it is, and then maybe you come up with a text that is agreeable to all. US.
Thank you, Chair. Can the U.S. reserve our right to come back on anything that we miss in the interim that we're having this conversation? And 2, I do think that the Secretariat should also be present in that, because the terms of use are a part of what the Secretariat has established. Thank you.
Secretariat.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. May I suggest that an expert from the CGR joins you during that conversation? Okay, then I would invite Michael Heilbut also to join that conversation. Thank you. The specific request is to join Morocco and the US for the discussion of the text of paragraph 17.
So we now move on to item 10. So you have in front of you a item 10/CRP1, implementation of the funding strategy of the international treaty. You see the text. We don't have any changes in the preamble paragraphs. So we can move on. Operational paragraph 1, no changes. Operational paragraph 2, no changes. 3, no changes. Paragraph 4. I don't see any request for the floor, so we clean up the text. I delete a PHRFA and this is accepted. A conservation and sustainable use lifted the brackets. As appropriate, lift the brackets. Existing, lift the brackets. And as appropriate at the end as well. That would be the clean text. Don't see interventions that ask for the floor. Para 5 is a clean. Para 6 is clean. Para 7 is clean. We have a new para 7b's. I don't see requests for the floor. I take it this is agreeable. Lift the brackets, please. Para 8 is clean. Para 9 is clean. Para 2, resource mobilization within the funding strategy. Para 10. I don't see any requests for the floor, so we can clean up that text. Lift the brackets, please. Para 11, Japan. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry to come back to the para 10. We would like to delete the adequate because it is a kind of ambiguous term and not defining how much it is. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Japan. Thank you. I don't see any requests for the floor. Take it is accepted. Para 11 clean, para 12 clean, 12b's. I don't see any requests for the floor. Take it is accepted. Para 13. Para 14. Part 3, resource mobilization within the benefit sharing fund. Para 15. As I said, this is a paragraph which refers to the funding target and we have two alternatives. Either we don't set a funding target now, or we decide to set a funding target. And I told you I would conduct a consultations with the bureau, and I looked into what actually the funding strategy committee discussed and proposed. It discussed with regard to my methodology that it wouldn't want to link to the methodology, how the funding strategy was established. It would also like to see the emphasis that the benefit sharing fund is funded through multiple sources, and that would need to be included in a target. So that's why you see my proposal here to you is decides that by 3031 the average annual income of the benefit sharing fund would have to reach a range between $4 to 8 million, and that should be in brackets, by the way, from all potential sources, and stressing the need to continue diversifying sources. Such sources. Uruguay, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the proposal. Following the differences of opinion between the regions on the funds, it would be interesting, at least for Uruguay, to establish not such broad a range, because we have 4 to 8. It would be better if we could have it nearer 8 million. We had made a proposal, but we understand the conversations that took place and the decision made among everyone in the Bureau to agree on an amount, and we really welcome that. And we wanted to query when we see the methodology to determine the future of the funds.
Thank you. Uruguay. So the numbers in there are somewhat in the middle of what the funding committee was discussing. They are in brackets as we do not have the a multilateral system in place, the enhanced, but it gives a range. It helps any future decision on this, once a bracket should be lifted, to actually understand what the discussions were and what the range was. I say it is a doubling to a quadrupling of the annual income we see, average income we see today. So I think this is somewhat ambitious, but it's still very realistic. So I think I tried to middle this in after what I've read and what I've heard, and so that's the methodology behind those two numbers, and they are in brackets. They can be changed at a later time at any time. So as I don't see any further request for the floor, can I take it that you're in agreement with my proposal and that we keep the range in brackets? Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm sorry I cannot find it right now. What were the range proposed by the regions in the 11th meeting of the Standing Committee. So if we could add those numbers proposed by the regions.
So yeah, we can. This was a 4 to 6, 8 to 10, and 20 to 25 millions. That were the 3 ranges provided.
And right now we don't have a methodology, right?
I used the indications. So we used to have a methodology which was in the funding use similar to the funding strategy. The funding committee didn't like to see that link made to the overall methodology of the funding strategy. As time went by and circumstances changed, then they proposed 3 different ranges, and I tried to somehow middle that in, understanding that the upper range proposed at that time is probably very too high and probably raises expectations that the system, at least at the beginning, will not be able to meet. So in order to avoid raising expectations that are very ambitious but maybe less realistic, I try to middle that in a little bit. So that's my thinking behind that, and based on what the funding committee discussed.
So this number is based on an average from the numbers presented by the regions and the reality of the fund right now. So we understand that we are on a very critical point of the negotiations, and today is Friday, and that the scenario of fundraising has been shifting, but we would like to propose adding a new range to this paragraph for consideration.
Go ahead.
From 8 to $12 million. Thank you.
Thank you. With that addition, is that my proposal acceptable? I wouldn't like to go in now an exercise where we add too many ranges. Uruguay, you have the floor.
Sorry, Chairman. Without getting into the figures and discussing that, like we have been recently, Uruguay would like to add, regardless of the figure, that this is the result of the current number of accessions available in the multilateral system. So it establishes a methodology for calculation on the long term. And we'd sent that wording in writing.
Can you read it? It's easier now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Después de la cifra.
After the figure that says, we'd say it's the result of a multiple of the number of accessions available in the multilateral system. Then comma. That way we can establish a calculation methodology on the long term. So to establish a calculation methodology on the long term, or a long-term calculation methodology. And the reason for our proposal, for Uruguay's proposal, is that we understand that it may be able to encourage contracting parties to include more material in the multilateral system, as established in the articles on the treaty that deal with this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Uruguay, Denmark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, our expert is tied up in the farmers' rights discussions right now, so I was asked to give some comments, and I'm a little bit lost if I could be allowed to scroll up to 7. Yes, so fine. We have the 7 bis, and then down to 12. Yes, we have the 12 bis. Great, thanks. We also have some comments to 16, but I will wait for 16 then. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So So back to 15. Can I take it that the text, my text as amended by Brazil and Uruguay is acceptable? Thank you very much. I don't see any Japan.
Thank you, Chair. I think there was some parties opposing to setting the target to, and we haven't really resolved this issue yet. And for the new proposed text in the end, I don't know what it means for setting the target. And we haven't come to the conclusion on the MLS discussions either. So I think we should put this in bracket.
Thank you. We will park that. We put a paragraph 15 in brackets and park it. We move on to paragraph 16. Put everything in brackets. Paragraph 16. There's no request for the floor, so let's clean the text. Lift the brackets around encourages and delete the other one. Paragraph 17. That's just a correction in the name of the organization, so that is no problem. Paragraph 18. There was a request to have more precise figures. That's why you have either approximately or the 2.2, which expressed in US dollars. I think as the request was for more precision, we can probably delete the approximately 2%. I don't see any requests for the floor, so let's clean the language. Accept recognizes, and we accept the more precision. Thank you. We move on to a 19. Paraguay, you have the floor. Can Paraguay please have the microphone?
Gracias, presidente.
Thank you, Chair. The drafting seems a little bit strange to us because we're saying that we recognise that the implementation is expected to lead to, but I think there's too many conditionals for a statement. It's a statement we're making here. So the way it's drafted currently, not only does it not make that much sense, but we'd also not actually be able to accept it. So we would invite the proponents to word this differently, because it's very difficult for us to understand what is planned here and where it's going to lead. Honestly, being 6 p.m. on a Friday evening, we're not able to propose any alternatives, so I would ask those that suggested the paragraph to try and reformulate this if you want to retain it. Thank you.
Thank you. Japan.
Thank you, Chair. Can we go back to the paragraph 18? Yes, so we don't really want to delete the approximately because we're still not sure what the target is. So we want to keep the bracket for now.
Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have just realized that paragraph 19 is ours. That I know, I haven't realized right now. What I realized is that we had proposed that in paragraph 18, the included would be replaced by especially, and that is not in there. And what I realized is that I thought that we hadn't sent our text, so that wouldn't be in there because of that. But since 19 is on the screen, we have sent it. So I would like to suggest on paragraph 18 first, changing including for especially increased user-based payments, because it was on our suggestions submitted in writing to the Secretariat. And about paragraph 19, it is...
Can you just, paragraph 18, as we are there...
Yes, sorry. Yes, instead of including, it would be especially increased user-based income, yes.
Thank you very much. And just to respond to Japan, this is 2.2% is the total, is 2.2% of the total contributions to the benefit sharing fund to date. So we know the figure, that's the figure you see, 2.2, and yesterday there was a request to be more precise than the approximately 2%. So a contracting parties wanted to know how much user-based payments came in percentage and in US dollars. So this might help to be able to delete the approximately 2% that doesn't relate to any target whatsoever. Japan?
Thank you, Chair. We are okay with deleting the approximately. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Canada, you have the floor. Is this on 18?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will pass. I will let my colleague from the U.S. raise the point that I wanted to raise. Please, thank you.
United States. Is this related to 18? Okay, thank you very much. So I take it that we can accept the change proposed by Brazil, replacing including through specially. I don't see any interventions, so it is. And we can also lift the brackets around 2.2%. Now we move on to paragraph 19. And there was a request for explanation from Paraguay to the proponent of that. Brazil, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. El parágrafo...
Thank you, Chair. The paragraph was proposed by Brazil, and the intention was to recognize that the implementation of the multilateral system improving the system will lead to an increase in income into the system because more resources will be paid by the users. So that's the meaning. But right now, we think that it makes sense to keep this paragraph in square brackets for now. And I'd be agreeable to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Brazil, to keep it in square brackets for the time being. This makes certainly sense. United States.
Sorry, Chair. This was for number 20, so if we can move to that.
Absolutely. So we keep paragraph 19 in in brackets, move to 20.
Thank you, Chair. We recommend deleting 20. I was carefully and respectfully admonished for calling out and pointing fingers for contracting parties that didn't report in the previous document. I think 20 is pointing fingers at the private sector, so we could benefit stating what we want, but not by pointing fingers at why someone didn't contribute anything. Thank you.
Thank you. So you would like to see the first part deleted and keep the invitation, or?
I would prefer the whole thing deleted, but
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Paraguay.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we'd like to thank the US delegation for clarifying that there's a preference for this to be aligned. I think it would be important to maintain that invitation. So if we could save the last part of the paragraph, that would be good, bearing in mind the sensibility that we expressed at the beginning. I think that would be important to preserve. Thank you.
Thank you. So we delete the first sentence, keep the invites in brackets. Canada, you have the floor.
Yeah, Canada, thank you, Mr. Chair. Canada supports the suggestion of the US of deleting the paragraph 20. Thank you.
Thank you. I just would like to remind you that we have a funding strategy, and in the funding strategy we actually count on contributions from the private sector. So just to make you aware of that, with regard to the deletion of the invitation, US, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the reminder. I think we could delete 20 and incorporate that language into 22, where we are already asking for the private sector to, I mean, it's included contracting parties and the private sector. So if you wanted to change, I find it redundant. That's the only reason why I asked to delete the whole thing, because we covered private sector under 22. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm supportive of the secondary.
Okay, thank you very much for making that clear. So I would suggest we delete paragraph 20, makes the resolution short as well, and as we have it included in 22. 21. Sorry, I had Spain, followed by Paraguay. Spain, you have the floor.
Sorry, I was going to ask to maintain the second part of paragraph 20, but as it is included in 22, perhaps we can be flexible on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your flexibility. Paraguay.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, Chair. We can be flexible on the inclusion of this, but they don't say exactly the same thing, 20 and 22. So we would need to be sure that when we import that bit of 20 into 22, the elements that were in 20 be present in 22. Then we can make a single paragraph of it. But we don't think that they do currently say the same thing. So when we merge them, we need to be sure that everything is there in 22. Thank you.
Thank you. Paraguay, can you make a proposal what is missing in 22 so that we can delete 20? I mean, the second part of 20.
Yes, the first of the paragraphs talks about contributions and targets of the funding strategy, if I'm not mistaken. The other paragraph only says towards the sixth cycle of the benefit sharing fund, so it's 20 is much more specific or that's how it seems to me. So I think we should include those elements in 22. Otherwise, we are losing them.
Gracias.
Thank you.
United States.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe we could consider modifying that last bullet to state to make financial contributions to meet targets of the funding strategy and towards the 6th cycle. That way we could combine the sentiment of both into the same bullet point.
Thank you, United States. Uruguay.
Agradeciendo.
Thank you. Yes, just as Paraguay was saying, I think one of these paragraphs is an invitation to contribute to the funding strategy, and that's a one-off thing. That's something that we've been repeating at every governing body. My proposal would be that when we talk about the target of the funding strategy, that be there, but then we delete the rest of that sentence so that it's not so specific. So we delete the end part of that sentence in 22.
Thank you, Uruguay. Togo.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Chair. I support what was just said by Uruguay. We're trying to boost this fund. So I think the second of these paragraphs is rather specific. It talks about the 6th cycle, whereas in paragraph 20, we're talking about ongoing contributions. So I would agree with what Uruguay suggested. Thank you.
Thank you, Togo, Paraguay.
Gracias, Presidente.
Thank you, and sorry to take the floor so many times. I agree with what Uruguay said. I think what the Secretariat's just added with including is good, but we also need increase, because in 20 we say make and increase financial contributions, and in 22 we only have make, so we need to add increase. If we do that, I think 22 would capture all the elements that were previously in 20. Thank you.
Thank you. That would mean to make increased financial contributions. With that, can we accept the merger of the second part of 20 and 22 and lift the brackets in 22? United States.
The grammar is... Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to fix the sentence a little bit, or consider that. The way it currently reads on 22, if we are in agreement, is contracting parties, the private sector, the food processing industry, and other donors to make increased financial contribution, correct? Is it increased or increased? Oh, to increase, okay. Thank you.
Paraguay.
Sorry, Chair. It's to make and increase, because that's the wording that we had on 20. It's on the second line at the end of 20. And the beginning of the third line is make and increase. So it's two things. For those that haven't put anything, to put more, to put something for the first time, and for those who have been putting things, to put more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I take it that this is agreeable? I don't see any requests for the floor, so we clean the language. Uruguay, just because can we keep the last part of the paragraph if we set the include the word including, so that we don't lose the reference to the sixth cycle. Thank you very much. We have to stop the plenary here. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to the interpreters for allowing us to run over. We will announce the next meeting of the plenary on the announcement board. And so have a good dinner, and we'll see you soon. Okay, put it up, please. Good evening, colleagues. I hope you had something to eat. It is the second but last evening here. If you work very, very well, even maybe tomorrow evening you won't need to sit here. So, but this depends on you. Haha. And I would like actually to start the evening with getting reports from the co-chairs on the contact group of farmers' rights, followed by a report of the chair of the friend of the chairs on, it's gonna getting complicated here, on conservation and sustainable use. To whom can I give the floor? Farmers' rights. Netherlands, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, colleagues. A document, and we also worked on a foot document, and we also worked on a footnote to keep everybody on board. So that we done in the morning, and then there was a smaller informal group trying to go even further on the draft strategy. And we had also started cleaning up the draft resolution because we had gone through it but not touched all the paragraphs yet. So as we are now, we have to still reconsider paragraph 3 bis, which is related to an additional paragraph under the terms of reference. We have to, well, we parked at one, which is actually establishing, decides to establish the ATAC, and then its specific terms of reference still need to be decided on, so that's why we kept it pending. We have bracketed one paragraph on having a specific day dedicated to farmers or farmers' rights, and a paragraph 10, which might interest you, which is, for us it was pending discussion in plenary, which would deal with specific terminology around indigenous peoples and also local communities. So yeah, the documents are very interconnected. So yeah, we still have to clean up some more, and in the draft resolution, the main part that we would have to look at is what the ad hoc technical expert group would do, or what they would do intersessionally, and there we got a bit stuck in the end. So we've tried to clean up as much as possible, still have to decide on the draft strategy, how to move with that, and mainly focus on the terms of reference for the ATAC. But there's been, well, ideas for packages to unlock it. I hope it's not too cryptic.
Very much so.
And we follow your guidance. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Malawi, Modesto, would you like to compliment? Malawi has the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. No additions. I think Kim has presented it very well. Just that we are waiting for guidance from the Chair on how we can proceed in resolving the outstanding issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the report. So I would request you to establish a Friends of the Chair group, which will be co-led by you two, Modesta and Kim, and you would continue to seek consensus around the recommendation and the ATAC terms of reference, and report back tomorrow morning with a clean text. And with regard to the strategy, as well as much as you can cover the better it is. Composition of the friends of the chair, I leave that to you, but it will be restricted to contracting parties only. Thank you. Now I would like to turn to the chair of the Friends of the Chair on Conservation and Sustainable Use. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, everyone. So in the Friends of the Chair group, we made progress on the terms of reference of an ad hoc technical committee on conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture. We had agreement on the activities of the committee, but we did not get the chance to discuss the meeting schedule or the composition of the committee, but agreed to have the relevant text from the resolution from the GB10 reflected in our proposed terms of reference for consideration.
Thank you very much. So this sounds very much like this can be forwarded to plenary for final discussion and agreement.
In terms of the terms of reference, I believe so. I think, excuse me, I understand that there's still some bracketed text in the draft resolution that we did not get to.
So you should get to in this case. So please then continue and finalize that part. I think you made very good progress too. Congratulations. I'm hopeful that tomorrow morning we see a finalized package there. Thank you. With that, thank you very much for these reports. And with that, we continue on item 10. We pick up where we left it. This is, we merged paragraphs 20 and 22, and we have a paragraph 21 to discuss. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding para 21, this contribution with an amount of $20 million, I would suggest to put this in brackets because we haven't agreed in the target amount. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. I have Spain.
Thank you, Chair. My comment, and good evening, everybody. My comment was on paragraph 22, sorry. Okay, so then, since I have the floor, the European Regional Group would actually prefer invites and would like the original language so that it reads and other donors to make financial contributions. I thank you. In paragraph 22.
Spain, when we left, we had actually agreement on para 22. I'm sorry. I really would not want to open that, so I hope you can live with the text we agreed before everybody went to eat. Thank you very much. So we keep the text as it is. Back to 2021. Just to say an explanation, the 20 million US dollars, I think that was recommended or set by the funding committee, the standing funding committee, has nothing to do with the target of the benefit sharing fund, but with the amount of money, of resources the funding committee hopes to receive in order to launch the sixth funding cycle, the sixth cycle of projects of the Benefit Sharing Fund. Uruguay, you have the floor.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our region had made that proposal, but regarding the previous one in brackets, I'm sorry, I don't remember. I wanted to leave it in brackets until we decide on the previous one, which remains open, if you would be so kind.
Okay, thank you very much, Uruguay. With the explanation I gave Japan, could you live without the brackets, as this is a number that comes from the standing committee?
Thank you, Chair. If it's already agreed amount, I would leave the bracket out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Japan. Very appreciated. So in this case, I don't see any request for the floor. I take it that we can agree to paragraph 21 and lift the brackets, which leads me to Uruguay for 22. The end, we can lift the brackets. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're making good progress. Part 4, a benefit sharing fund operations. Para 23 is good. We have 24 is without suggestions. 25. The only one is that the regional briefings should be preferably virtual. I think that should not be too problematic. I suggest to lift the brackets. I don't see any requests for the floor, so it is done. We move on to what is here, 23Bs. Uruguay, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We're seeing again the word impact, and at various times during this biennium, we've had differences of opinion on this word. And so I would recommend if you would give us an explanation. What does this refer to exactly, impact?
Thank you, Uruguay. Can I have the proponents of this text provide us with a I give the floor to the Secretariat.
Yeah, there is a provision for independent evaluation of each project cycle,
that's carried out at the end, at the closure of the cycle. We've already done the independent evaluation of 3 of those cycles, and each evaluation report contains impacts of the projects themselves. So if you look at the reports that have been published by the independent evaluators, you could also look at the impact on the reach of the project themselves, the number of people impacted, probably also the possible follow-up on those projects, as well as the crops or varieties that have been developed as a result of those of the projects. So there are a number of parameters or indicators that are used for that purpose.
I see Canada. Canada, have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Canada was that recommended this paragraph, the insertion, but it is really is to capture how the use, the conservation status and use of the genetic resources and diversity. It is really clearly written on the recommendation that to provide a guide for the in situ and the guiding principles for the reporting between the on-farm sector and the ex situ conservation.
Thank you. Canada, Uruguay.
Yes, thank you. I would like to request of the Secretariat, because in the agreements made with organizations, I don't know if the right term is impact. I think we refer to results and products. So I would like to respect what is the terminology, whether impact is the word that we accept, or whether we use results and products or outputs. I think we can leave it in brackets for the time being.
Uruguay, if ever possible, I would like to have a resolution, a solution to this paragraph as quickly as possible.
Yes, I would ask whether we can replace the word impact by results and outputs.
Thank you, Uruguay. Does everybody feel comfortable with this change? I don't see a request for the floor, so I take it that you do. I don't have any other requests for the floor, so this paragraph is accepted. We lift the brackets. We move on to part 5, monitoring, learning and review, 26. We have one change at the end. I don't see any requests for the floor. Take it that you agreed with this side. Thank you very much. 27. We have the integration of according to their respective mandates. I don't see any requests for the floor. I can take it that you accept that. We lift the brackets. Thank you. We move on to 28. When appropriate. I don't see any requests for the floor. The change is accepted. We lift the brackets. 29 is clean. 30 I don't see any requests for the floor, and I take it that the changes are accepted. We delete agreed, and we come to 31. There again, in line instead of in accordance. I don't see any requests for the floor, so this is accepted as well. Thank you. So we have paragraph 15 related to the benefit sharing fund target open, and we parked a paragraph 19 because it refers to the enhanced multilateral system. I think we leave those parked for the time being and move on to the next resolution. We come to 16.4. You have in front of you 16.4 /CRP1, cooperation with other international bodies and organizations. Part 1, international bodies and organizations. That's this document. I let the Secretariat pull it up. Thank you. So the governing body, the first three, the first of the preamble paragraphs, they don't have any change. Paragraph 1. I have Estonia. Estonia, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I would suggest to delete for food and agriculture as BGRFA is already there. Thank you.
Thank you, Estonia. Delete. Okay. Oh, but we. I don't have any other requests for the floor, so I take it we agree with the deletion of for food and agriculture and keep the text and fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from their use. So you can lift the brackets around that. Thank you. We move on. Paragraph 2. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So as we did in 16.1 and 60.3, we would like to replace the this red part after respecting contracting parties' sovereign rights, sovereignty, with the agreed text. So delete in drafting national law, and sorry, let me just pull it up. and recalling that the objectives of the international treaty are the conservation and sustainable use of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture, comma, and the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits arising out of their use in harmony with the Convention on Biological Diversity, comma, for sustainable agriculture and food security, as was stated in the 16.3. If you can copy from that.
Thank you, Japan.
And sorry, the respecting contracting parties' sovereignty instead of national sovereignty. I think that's kind of duplicating. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Japan. I have Paraguay. Paraguay, you have the floor.
I think you all know what I'm going to say. This is Frankenstein territory all over again. The paragraph right now makes no sense. It reads contracting parties, blah, 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 respecting contracting parties' sovereignty and all of that as appropriate. When is it not appropriate to respect a contracting party's sovereignty? That is an actual question. So, I mean, this needs some serious redrafting.
Do you have a concrete suggestion, please?
Take it back to as it was. If not, put the as appropriate before respecting contracting parties' sovereign right to start. I know it's late on a Friday, but these things are what cause problems later. And I know I was late for the Frankenstein discussion in the other resolution, but I'm not late for the Frankenstein discussion in this one. So respecting contracting parties' sovereignty. I don't understand what the recalling of the objective of the international treaty does there either. But if we must recall the objective of the treaty in the middle of this paragraph, it's just the objectives of the treaty and not all of that that's following. And I will still request that this remain in brackets so we can take a look at if the Frankenstein is starting to look a little less ugly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Paraguay, I fully agree that it can't stay there. We can't have an the as appropriate goes up. It's actually further up where it is important. It is as appropriate, and we can't have an as appropriate after that reference. So I would suggest again that actually this should go to the end of the paragraph. If it stays. In this paragraph, the language itself is agreed. It is Frankenstein, but it is agreed language. We did that this morning, and I wouldn't want to entertain the same exercise again. But I agree with you. This it would either we move the as appropriate, or we move the long phrase to the very end. Thank you. Estonia, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. We agree with and we support Paraguay.
Thank you. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We are okay to delete as appropriate, but if we are going to move the respecting bracket part to the end, I have to check with my colleague again.
Do we agree with the deletion of as appropriate? Paraguay, you have the floor.
Necessary to delete as appropriate. What is not appropriate is to respect sovereign countries' rights as appropriate. Pun intended.
I fully understand you. I agree. We have another bracket further down in the text. Request the Secretariat to facilitate such initiatives. Human and. I don't see any requests for the floor, so we can lift those brackets. And I wait for Japan to tell us whether Japan can agree to have this moved down at the end of the paragraph. Until we get a response from you, we move on. Paragraph 3 is without changes for the same. 5 the same, 5Bs. I don't see any requests for the floor. I take it that the room can agree to this text. Algeria, you have the floor.
Oui, je reviens.
Yes, I wanted to come back, excuse me. So I wanted to come back to Article 2. I wanted to revert to the initial article to encourage contracting parties to strengthen their harmonious and mutually supportive implementation and goals and commitments in a coherent and mutually supportive manner. So I would request that the Secretariat request the Secretary to facilitate such initiatives and in collaboration with partner organizations upon request and subject to the availability of human and financial resources.
Algérie, est-ce que vous pouvez répéter?
Algeria, can you please repeat? I think the English interpreting was not complete. Can you please repeat? Thank you. your explanation? Yes, let me reread the article, the paragraph. So encourages contracting parties to take initiatives to strengthen a more harmonious and mutually supportive implementation. Algeria, can you slow down a bit, please? Thank you. Of course I can. So encourages the contracting parties, that is the translation that I'm repeating, to take initiatives to strengthen the harmonious and mutually supportive international treaty and other relevant international instruments, as well as a coherent and mutually supportive manner, and request the Secretary to facilitate such initiatives and in collaboration with partner organizations upon request and subject to the availability of human and financial resources. Thank you, Chair.
Merci, l'Algérie, United States.
Thank you, Algeria.
Thank you, Chair. Our comment was on the last bullet before we moved back to number 2. So if we can come back to that in the end, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Until we resolve this.
Yes, thank you very much. Algeria, can I just ask you, what would you like to change? I understand you read the text in French, mais j'ai pas entendu.
I understand that you read the text in French, but I didn't hear from you a tangible proposal of the text that you wanted to have. I wanted to remove the redundant parts within the brackets and come back to the text with regard to national law, because the international treaty should not be interpreted in the sense that it can be considered as a modification of the rights of the contracting parties with regard to other international treaties. So I didn't quite understand the paragraph within brackets. So I think it's much clearer to remove the part that is within the brackets. Thank you, Chair.
Two things. I think you wanted to delete a non-duplicative that you would like to have deleted. Yes. Do contracting parties feel comfortable with that? I don't see any requests for the floor. Thank you. Will be deleted. And now with respect to this insertion, this very long insertion proposed by Japan, which is also the text itself we agreed. Can Japan please provide reasons why this text needs to be there, so that we help contracting parties understand? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. Japan believes that the collaboration between the contracting parties and any other relevant international instruments has to respect the existing rights, like the intellectual property rights and the relevant international agreements, and the sovereignty of each nation for making its own national law. So we would like to request to add reference in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we already entertained this discussion several times. I would really suggest to you that we just keep that text where it is, or move it at the end. It's something that apparently Japan needs to see. Paraguay, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'd like to point out that this exact same thing is also in paragraph 13 of this resolution. So we can't keep repeating this in every single paragraph, in every single resolution, and more than once in this resolution. It's getting a bit much. So I would strongly suggest that we exercise some restraint. This is not an intellectual property rights discussion. We are not WIPO or UPOV. I understand we all have sensitivities, but it's Friday at 8:30 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Paraguay, l'Algérie, vous avez la parole.
Algeria, you have the floor. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support what was just stated by Paraguay, and as appropriate can replace everything in brackets. As appropriate explains everything that was in the brackets, Mr. Chairman. So let's save ourselves this phrase and remove it. Thank you, Mr. President. Chairman. And I wish to remind you that we're in an international treaty and we're not discussing property rights or UPOV.
Merci, l'Algérie.
Thank you, Algeria.
You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I speak on behalf of European Regional Group, and we support what was just said, and Paraguay. Thank you.
Thank you, Estonia. United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know this means that it's really important to Japan and perhaps others. It does talk about goals and commitments and implementations, international instruments. So I think we perhaps still need to say respecting contracting parties' sovereignty, but I don't really think we need all the rest after that. I wonder if that's just, we don't really need to go into all that detail. So I wonder if that's acceptable. Thank you.
Thank you. United Kingdom, Japan.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to other contract bodies for the suggestions. And as a spirit of compromise and also hearing all the opinions, we would withdraw this proposal after respecting here and leave as appropriate as suggested. But we would like to keep the paragraph 13 for this exact same text, if that's agreeable. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your flexibility. So we keep as appropriate, and the rest, what is in between brackets, is deleted. Sweden, you have the floor.
Sorry, no, this is now, we've solved the issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Canada, you have the floor.
The issue has been resolved. No more comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Same for Ecuador. Thank you very much, Japan, for your flexibility. And we move on. We were paragraph 5. 5Bs actually. Ecuador, you have the floor.
No, era sobre el párrafo anterior.
No, it was on the previous paragraph, but that's been resolved. Thank you.
Thank you, Ecuador. United States, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We would like several references removed in this text. We can start from the top. Would like to remove enables equitable access, or we would like to remove equitable access, or just the word equitable is fine. If you can delete that. Resilience to climate change, delete climate change, please, and ensuring fair and inclusive. The US is not in a position to accept these references. And I also think that this is a little bit out of the scope of this discussion. So, thank you.
Thank you, the US. Paraguay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And the United States can correct me if I'm mistaken, but I understand that the specific sensitivities to regards the term climate change. So I was wondering if a possible way out would be resilience to climate shocks, if that would be acceptable.
Thank you, Paraguay. Argentina.
Thank you. I really apologize because I cannot trace back the origin of the paragraph and the reasoning under it. So sorry for that. But my concern is Roman 2, invest in capacity building. I'm a little bit concerned about the word invest. If we are trying to create some sort of economic obligation to invest or something like that, and it's also not kind of creating an obligation to all contracting parties without any differentiation in terms of their capacity. And I'm thinking about the common but differentiated responsibilities here. Thank you.
Thank you. Uruguay, you have the floor.
See,
in Roman 2, English is not my language, but the sentence now is a little strange. We believe that after data infrastructure for the use of genomic tools and DSI, but something is missing there. We need something. Otherwise, it doesn't make sense. Thank you.
Thank you. Algeria, you have the floor. Algérie, vous avez la parole.
Algeria, you have the floor. Thank you, Chairman. Yes, it's true. We would like to know who made the proposal for paragraph 5 bis, but in addition, what do we mean when we talk about equitable access? And could the USA answer to us? What do they have against the word equitable? Why is equitable access problematic? For us, what we understand is meant is that there is access, but there are also consequences. This is why we talk about making them this fair or equitable. So maybe the US could explain why they are refusing the word equitable. Thank you.
Thank you. United States.
Thank you, Chair. The US would like to bracket this whole thing, and if we can come back with alternate language in a little bit, that would be great.
Thank you to the United States. I think that is a good idea, just to bracket it. We look up who proposed it, and maybe we'll also get some more explanation what is meant. This paragraph has a lot of unclear language, a lot of details, and if I may, also a request to contracting parties, which I think it's not to this governing body to request contracting parties to recognize other institutions. That's just a hint. And so we do bracket it for the time being and move on. 6 is with no changes. 7, paragraph 7. Morocco, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just allow me to go back to 5 just to support your idea, because there are a lot of technical, information which not align with the resolution. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Yes, we're gonna come back to 5Bs in a moment. Let's try to clean the rest of the resolution, and then we deal with 5Bs at the end. But thank you very much for that. Uruguay, you have the floor.
No, era hacer referencia al
No, it was in reference to 5bis. That was a proposal from the region, but we have welcomed here other initiatives. Recently, we were talking about olives, and I believe that this community of practices is a good initiative at our regional level, but we will come back to this when appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will get back to that in a few minutes. So we are at paragraph 7. I have Estonia. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We would suggest to delete and other documents, as I think it doesn't belong there, like members and other documents. Thank you.
Thank you, Estonia. I don't have any other requests for the floor, so we clean the paragraph, and synergies is deleted, and other documents deleted. We have a choice between invites and encourages. I probably will go with invites, so I suggest to delete encourages. And then lift the brackets around a subject to the availability of financial resources. And we have again in line instead of in accordance, so we keep in line. That would be the clean text. I don't see any requests for the floor, so this is accepted. We move on to 7Bs. I don't have any requests for the floor, so we lift the brackets around the paragraph. And the paragraph is accepted. 8, no changes. 9, no suggestions. 10, none. Paragraph 11. is proposed to be deleted. I don't see any requests for the floor, so you agree with the deletion. Go on to 12. Here again, choice between encourages and invites. I would keep invites and delete encourages. That finds a agreement in the room, so we clean up this. Para 13. I have Japan.
Thank you, Chair. As I indicated earlier, we would like to see the exact text as we proposed in the previous para 2 here. If the Secretariat can pull it up, otherwise I can read it again. It was already deleted. Yes.
Thank you. Paraguay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. And I promise I'm not going to complain about the respecting, et cetera, but there's the paragraph again does not make sense because it's with a view to developing consistent with their respective mandates. So I think we need to delete more than just synergies. We just need to delete with a view to developing also. So then it would read, request the Secretary to continue to foster cooperation, blah, 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 consistent with the respective mandates, blah, 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 blah. And if we don't like consistency, it can be in accordance, because consistent sounds a bit weird. But otherwise, it also doesn't make sense. And I understand this is a compromise with Japan, so they withdrew it from 7, so it can stay in 13, so that's okay.
Thank you. Paraguay. I have the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to make the same point as Paraguay. The sentence didn't really make sense, so yeah, that's fine now. Thank you.
Thank you. UK, Estonia, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. It's solved now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. United States.
Chair, apologies. Mine was about something else, so if this is resolved, can I go to that after? It was about 7 bis.
Yes. Thank you. I resolved this one. And then Algeria, you have the floor.
Merci, Monsieur. Thank you, Chairman. for 13, we want to strike out the whole sentence in brackets, respecting contracting parties' sovereignty, etc. Because for us it makes no sense to have this in this paragraph. Thank you.
Chair, I think that this was part of the flexibility of Japan in the other paragraph, and I think I would like to respect that they announced it when we deleted it in paragraph 2. So and announced it to keep it in paragraph 13. That would be important to them. We all agreed to their compromise proposal, so I would urge you to also agree to that. And we keep that long sentence. Thank you very much, Algeria. And with regards to the other changes proposed, indeed, I think now it reads better, so we can clean the language, which is already done. Thank you very much. Algeria, you have the floor.
On peut continuer.
We can indeed continue, but I hope Japan will show as much flexibility as we have shown. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for your flexibility, Algeria.
We move to 14. United States, you have the floor.
Chair, sorry, can we go back to 7, please?
We go back to 7 afterwards.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
We try to keep in one direction and then we go back. Thank you. 14. I don't see any request for the floor. Do you agree with the inclusion here? I'm not sure whether that is needed. We just request the Secretary to continue to report to the governing body on the cooperation with the relevant international bodies and organizations. I'm not sure whether that inclusion makes sense. So from the chair, I suggest to you to delete that language in brackets. Not sure whether that's really needed. Kenya, you have the floor.
That is sorted out, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Estonia, you have the floor. Thank you. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to keep the insertion here because the Secretariat and the relevant agendas working groups need to discuss in the relevant forums to make sure that it is separated. Thank you.
Thank you, Japan. Estonia, you have the floor.
Yeah, we would like to delete it.
Thank you, Estonia. Japan, just an explanation. The reporting of the Secretariat and of other international organizations to the governing body is one of the standing items. And I think it is organized in the way very, very similar, equally as you've seen that in the agenda for this governing body session. So I'm not really sure what the reference to the agenda means here, because bureau that will establish, the bureau that normally establishes the agenda for a draft agenda, which is then established and agreed upon by the governing body as such. So I'm really not sure whether it makes sense here. It doesn't provide any clarity on how our agenda looks like. Japan?
Thank you, Chair. Can I suggest replacing relevant with respective? If that makes more sense.
Certainly. But I'm still. Can you explain what you would like to see? Because it's the agenda of the governing body, which is this body here. That's what's written here, and I'm not really sure what the reference to the agenda of the governing body means in this context. That's why I really suggest just deleting it, and it will be reported and it will show up on the agenda in any case. And it doesn't refer to governing bodies of other international organizations. It's a report as you've have had it in front of you, before you, and as a working document. That's the report you receive, and then it will be put on the agenda as an agenda item. I leave you to think about this. I just would like to announce that the Friends of the co-chairs of the chair of Farmers' Rights starts in about 4 minutes. So for those who will join there. It's again in the Pachamaka room, or Pachacamac. You see, I just stick in the plenary. I don't know the other rooms. Maybe as a let's go back to a paragraph 7, I think it was, US.
Thank you, Chair. We need to consult on this. If you can please keep 7 bits bracketed.
We can keep the brackets.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Estonia, you have the floor? No. Let's then go back to paragraph 5Bs. Yeah, paragraph 5Bs, I think. Uruguay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Community of Practice of National Gene Banks is an initiative coordinated by the Alliance Biodiversity CIAT, which gathers national gene banks for different topics and generate an environment of discussion and capacity building in countries that do not have a big discussion size. I don't know exactly, tamaño específico.
Specific size.
Welcome that and recognize that and leave a message for the support of that initiative, which we value a lot. So my proposal would be after CDP LAC, write coordinated by Alliance Biodiversity SEAT. Between at the beginning of that sentence there, before and, yes. Okay. And number 2, Romanos 2, after treaty's objectives, in the 4th line, promote instead of invest. Instead of investing, promote. Okay, and sorry, coordinated by Alliance Biodiversity SEAT and CIMIT. And then go to bearing in mind from the bottom up, the 4th line, yeah, delete to the end. And the other thing that we wanted to delete is after to ensure there, where it says sustainability, policy coherence, and financial continuity, to ensure their continuity. So delete that exactly. And that would make the paragraph much shorter, compact, and direct to the point, if that's acceptable.
Thank you. Uruguay for shortening the paragraph. I have Estonia. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. We would suggest to delete requests and replaces it with invites.
Thank you. Norway.
Sorry, I had the same comments.
Thank you, Norway. Togo, vous avez la parole.
Togo, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. What I wanted to say was that this community of practice is developed in Latin America and the Caribbean, but at the same time, in West Africa and in the center, we also have similar communities of practice. So what I would propose is that we try to find a more inclusive term, and perhaps we can request the Secretariat and regional organizations, pertinent regional organizations, to support these initiatives. What I thought of would be to request the Secretary, in collaboration with pertinent regional organizations, to facilitate technical exchanges and resource mobilization in the framework of the communities of practice. Should I repeat? I request the Secretariat, in collaboration with the pertinent regional organizations to facilitate technical exchanges in collaboration, and facilitate technical exchanges, mobilization of resources and coordination of activities conducted within the framework of communities of practice. So we could say, welcome the community of practice. After requests, we can remove the rest of the text and request the Secretariat in collaboration. In order to shorten this article in the resolution.
Make sure that we understand, and would read invites the contracting parties and requests the Secretariat to, can you remove the cursor? In collaboration with the relevant regional organizations to facilitate and so on and so forth, and all from contracting parties in the third line down to your text would be deleted. Is that the understanding?
Yes, what I was saying is from welcome the community of practice of national gene banks. We can then erase the rest up until requests. And then we eliminate the rest of the text up until and requests in order to shorten this resolution.
Thank you, Togo. Morocco, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, I support the proposition of Togo. Probably I have some addition. Probably request the Secretary and the international donors, or international donors and the Secretary. Invites probably is more appropriate. Invites the Secretary and the international donors instead of request. Invites. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Morocco. So there was a proposal to delete from what is now in brackets of down to before and invites. Would that be would make the paragraph quite shorter, less specific? Would that be acceptable? United States?
Thank you. We appreciate this paragraph being shortened, but can we still keep it bracketed to get a consult before we can move on this?
Okay. So I would suggest we keep the paragraph for the time being as it is, and move back to a paragraph 14. Japan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. After consulting with my colleague, we can withdraw the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the text can be deleted there. Thank you. And thank you for your flexibility. So I think so we have 5Bs and 7Bs bracketed and wait on feedback from the US on this. And then once we have that, we would need to continue to work at least on para 5Bs, as this is full of brackets. Until that time, we put this resolution aside and get to 16.4.2 L1 Article 15 institutions. You see the text in front of you. Document 16.2.4.2/L1, a draft resolution on Article 15 institutions, a title, the governing body, and down to paragraph 1, no suggestions. Paragraph 2. I think the in white stem is the appropriate language here, so I suggest to remove requests. Paragraph 3, no changes. 4, same. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, all these paragraphs have no changes. Paragraph 10. Choice between urges and invites. I recommend to you invites. I don't see a request for the floor. Thank you. So agreed. Paragraph 11, 12, 13. That's a typo, a correction, or small edit. Thank you. Paragraph 14. I don't see any requests for the floor, so let's try to clean up the language. I propose to you to welcome progress made. Paraguay, you have the floor.
Do we welcome progress or do we welcome the progress? Just editorial, but it's fine either way. Thank you.
I think welcome progress sounds good. Sounds good to me. Then we lift the brackets around the first insertion. We accept the deletion. And thank you. And that's it. I think you agree to approve this resolution to go forward to adoption for together with the report. Thank you. We move on, 16.4.3 L1. Thank you very much. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 preamble paragraphs. No changes proposed there. Nothing in paragraph 1, paragraph 2. I think that's an easy one. We accept the deletion. Paragraph 3. Paragraph 4. I don't have any requests for the floor, so we lift the brackets. Thank you very much. Paragraph 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No changes there. So we also agree to approve this resolution to be moved forward for adoption when we adopt the report. Thank you for this. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we move on at agenda item 17.2, CRP1. Draft resolution on consideration of digital sequence information, genetic sequence data on plant genetic resources for food and agriculture for the objectives of the international treaty. Thank you very much. We don't have any remarks in the first two preamble paragraphs. Para 1. Germany, you have the floor.
Just because I didn't know which item we are in.
17.2.
Okay, thank you.
Just to note, we see their brackets, but I don't think we should delete that paragraph 1 because that's the standard language we always use. So I suggest to remove the brackets there. Para 1. I don't see any request for the floor. We go para 2. Paraguay, you have the floor.
It's the role of the Secretariat to investigate. The request the Secretariat to investigate the possible impacts and analyze, perhaps, but investigate sounds a bit Sherlock Holmes.
Please, so you propose to change investigate in
analyze.
Analyze. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for taking you back to Para 1. This Para 1 has already been adopted by the governing body in 2023. Do we have to bring it forward to this governing body again? 31 is already acknowledged.
I think it doesn't harm. We acknowledge and recognize and repeat quite often things. I think here it really doesn't harm to recognize, to acknowledge that again.
Then perhaps Chair could request that we record that it was, that acknowledgement was done so that it doesn't give a wrong impression that it's being acknowledged for the first time. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. Germany, we are in paragraph 2.
Thank you. Yeah, we would like to delete states for contracting parties, and also we would like to have this paragraph simpler. First of all, we would like to support that the Secretary should not investigate and analyze. And then we would like to delete the last brackets of the sentence, the two, all the two.
Thank you, Germany. So I don't have any further requests for the floor. Let's clean the text. think more appropriate is takes note of and delete welcomes. And I think indeed we need to delete as part of the coming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, as this decision is not part of that one, as we were informed. And then delete the notes and keep the request. Tunisia, you have the floor.
We would like to maintain the last paragraph. Not the last one, the one before. And the operation of multilateral mechanism are without prejudice to national law on the use. We think that it explicitly states that national law prevail unless countries have themselves entered into specific international agreements. Therefore, if the international treaty does not take a decision to address GSI within the MLS for PGRFA, we will necessarily have to rely on national law. Thank you.
Thank you. Tunisia, I have Peru. Peru, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to specify in the first part of the paragraph, the decision establishes the multilateral mechanism in 59 and refers to other modalities. So the decision 59 is that which adopts and establishes the mechanism. So how does this multilateral mechanism function? Thank you, Chair.
The paragraph doesn't make sense. It reads now that we're requesting the Secretariat to analyze the possible impacts of decision, whatever correct number it is, on the rights of contracting parties under the international treaty, and the operations of the multilateral mechanisms are without prejudice to national law on the use of DSI. There's something missing. Either we note that the operations, or while noting that the operations of the multilateral mechanisms are without prejudice to international law, but otherwise we are requesting the Secretariat to analyze the possible impacts of the decision and the operations of the multilateral mechanism. And then if we are doing that, the are without prejudice to national law also doesn't make sense there. There's some drafting issues that we need to fix here. So my concrete proposal would be after international treaty, comma, while noting that, if that is what the proponents had in mind. Again, this is consequence of the Frankenstein effect. We add things, we clean it, we take it back, and then it starts looking a bit messy. Thank you.
Thank you, Paraguay, United States.
Thank you, Chair. The U.S. would like to delete the requests the Secretariat to analyze the possible impacts of. I don't think we can ask the Secretariat to do that. The MLM is voluntary, and we're not comfortable with that being there, so we'd like the text to go back to the original without this addition. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that also then refers to what Paraguay said, to clean up and make sense of the text. Algeria, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We agree with everything that was deleted, but to add what Uruguay stated on the rights and obligations on contracting parties under the international treaty, but making sure that the functioning of the multilateral mechanisms are without prejudice to national law, and the use of DSI on genetic resources, as well as on the state's sovereignty over PGRFA in the multilateral system. Replacing reinstating the segment on the multilateral mechanism.
Area of Canada.
Thank you, Chair. We support the deletion of the part about requesting the Secretariat to investigate/analyze. We note that the process of the Cali Fund and MLM under the CBD is still being figured out in terms of how it's going to work and so on and so forth. So it may be a bit too preemptive to talk about that in the decision. So that's why we would support the deletion of that part. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I heard to go refer back to the original text down there. I think that's a good idea, because twice is take note of and then notes as well. So the second part there would read, and notes that decision 16.2 does not affect the rights and obligations of contracting parties under the international treaty. That's the original text. And then we would not need while noting that. And I don't think we need that. And the operations of the multilateral mechanisms are without prejudice, because it's a voluntary instrument. So far, I would suggest we can delete that as well. And the other as well, again, a voluntary framework instrument cannot have any effects on state sovereignty. I don't think we need that either. The question remains whether there is appetite to give the Secretary a task what to do, but I didn't hear great support for that, so I would suggest that we keep the text as it is now. I don't see any requests for the floor, so that will be accepted. Thank you very much. So, did you remove the brackets around notes? Yes, thank you very much. So we move to paragraph 3.
Disculpe, señor presidente.
Excuse me, Chairman. May I take the floor just to be more clear? In paragraph 2, I would like to suggest that it states notes the decision 15.9 and 16.2. Of the Convention of the Conference of Parties on to the Convention of Biological Diversity to establish and adopt the modalities. After establish and adopt the modalities for the implementation of the multilateral mechanism, and then the paragraph continues. To be in sync with the decisions adopted in the Convention on Biological Diversity. Thank you, Chairman.
Much Peru for this improvement. With that, Canada, was this with regard to what was just added? Yes, Canada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just seeking clarification from our colleague from Peru. Decision 59, what exactly does it cover? To make sure we are really in the scope of what we're talking about. Thank you.
Peru, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor.
Thank you kindly. Yes, decision 15.9 of the Kunming-Montreal COP in 2022, which was in Montreal actually, paragraph 16 and decision 15.9 decides to apply as part of the Kunming-Montreal framework a multilateral mechanism. So 15.9 creates the multilateral mechanism, and 16.2 adopts the measures or the modalities, that is to say, how the multilateral mechanism will operate. Thank you.
Thank you for this clarification, and I think with that we can actually move on down to so we lift the brackets around 15/9 and accept and adopt the modalities for the authorization of. Now we move down to paragraph 3. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I think in that addition of treaty after CBD in brackets, to us it does not make sense. Only parties to the CBD have to implement the multilateral mechanism from the use of DSI. So we would like to delete treaty, ETP, PGRFA there. Parties to the CBD would be enough, so we could delete contracting there as well. And then we would like to delete the text in brackets, which reads their national implementation of access and benefit sharing, because also here we do not see that we should have to decide anything on that here under the plant treaty. And then we would like to delete to give due consideration to, as well as areas for mutually supportive, non-derogatory, and so on, all the text in the brackets. And also we are not, we would not support N specificities. And then we would like to delete and to ensure a mutually. We would prefer as well as the need for the mutual supportive implementation. Thank you.
Did you capture all your proposals?
Yeah, in the last brackets, I think we are, as appropriate, we should have, and then and the international treaty in full respect of the distinct mandates. It's a long sentence, but we could, I think we could agree. We have to see if it is a readable sentence then, all in all, but I think we have no problems with those additions.
Thank you. Germany, India, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I had the comments on the para 2, the 2 last deletions which have been, I think, rejected. They should be restored. That is my request.
Can you be specific which ones you mean, please?
Treaty and the operation of multilateral mechanism are without prejudice to the national law on the use of DSI on genetic resources as well as on the state sovereignty over PGFRA in the multilateral system.
India, we are now in paragraph 3, and it just explained as the multilateral mechanism is a voluntary mechanism. It's normal that this is without prejudice to whatever you do nationally, as it is voluntary, and the same goes for the second with regard to state sovereignty. The multilateral mechanism is voluntary, so we don't need to state that here. We will give a strange impression. That's why I suggested to delete that, and that what at that moment was supported. So I kindly ask you whether you could join that consensus, and then I would like to move on back to paragraph 3. Thank you, India.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. Thank you. Paraguay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. If Germany's suggestions stay, my problem has been solved. But in case that they don't, I'm not sure what non-derogatory is supposed to mean, and I'm sorry I'm not a native English speaker, but my understanding that derogatory in Spanish would translate into something as the meaning, and I'm not sure how the meaning fits into this sentence. So in Spanish it would be denigrante, peyorativo, menospreciativo, and that just doesn't add up. Maybe there's another meaning of non-derogatory in English that I'm not understanding, but in Spanish it would read like that. Thank you.
Thank you. Paraguay of Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. If my memory serves me right, what we are requesting to be taken into account has already been captured in those decisions that we have cited. And this could be confirmed if the representative of the CBD is in the House. Therefore, perhaps to acknowledge that this implementation that has already been taken into account within those decisions, so that we don't look like we're asking what has already been provided for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I take it you suggest the deletion of that paragraph. Kenya?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
I was asking for a confirmation whether you suggest the deletion of this paragraph 3.
If that is confirmed, then we could stop DSI on genetic resources and to delete all the text after to take into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, the representative of the CBD is not in the hall. So let us try to clean up the language, and then we can see when the CBD representative is back whether this is still needed. So it is, we have Canada, we have Germany, we have the floor.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to ask if we delete all this, what the rest would mean. So I do not understand what the sentence then would like to say, and I would like to understand that.
I think that would also need to go at the end, but as we haven't any confirmation what Kenya was asking, we clean the text and see whether we can live with it. So we delete contracting in the first line. We delete the reference to the treaty. We lift the brackets there. We delete a national implementation of accident benefit sharing. We delete the brackets around to take into account, and then we delete this long part there, what is in between brackets. Then we lift the brackets of before the, and this one as well, the next one as well. We lift the brackets around as appropriate, and we lift the brackets after treaty, and exactly, and the bracket at the very end, and we have deleted the and to ensure mutually. So that would be the sentence. Encourages parties to the CBD in implementing the multilateral mechanism for benefit sharing from the use of DSI on genetic resources to take into account the relevant provisions of the international treaty, as well as the need for the mutual supportive implementation of the CBD and its Nagoya Protocol and the international treaty, probably comma, in full respect of the distinctive mandates of the respective instruments. Canada, is this a new flag? You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to point out that I find it a bit odd that this body is talking to parties of another convention, first of all. Second of all, it's also unclear to me the last part about CBD and Nagoya Protocol, because some of us are party to one instrument but not the other. So I'm wondering how that would work out in the text as it is now on screen, including the edits by Germany. So I'm still a bit puzzled. Maybe once we see it cleaner, it will be easier. But for now, I would like to request this to still be bracketed because it's unclear to me what we're trying to achieve. Thank you.
Thank you. Canada, Kenya, you have the floor.
I would like to persuade my distinguished delegate from Canada that this is critical because all along we have said that these instruments should be implemented in a mutually supportive manner, and that's why we keep on referring to this, and not because every one of us belongs to all these instruments. So if they could accommodate the reference to this party, because we are in for the same objectives, and we will want to avoid the duplication of terms, and that's why we always make reference to this, not because all members of the treaty are members of the other instruments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenya. Paraguay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Paraguay is also not a party of Nagoya Protocol, so we have the same problem as others have flagged, which is why the as appropriate was put in there by us. We feel that that should provide enough comfort. I don't know if it helps the others, but that's why we put it there. So maybe it can help others in our same situation as well.
Thank you very much. With that, I saw nodding on the Canadian side, so I think that's okay. Canada, with what Kenya explained to us about the mutual supportive character and implementation, that's what this paragraph does. Would you be able to lift the brackets around the paragraph as we have now clean language? Thank you very much. So we lift the brackets around the paragraph. We move on to paragraph 4. I have Germany, you have the floor.
I think we would prefer to have monitoring developments instead of engaging with all international fora.
Thank you. I don't see any other requests for the floor, so this is accepted. With regard to a paragraph A4b, this is referred to the friends of the chair who discuss the multilateral system. So we park it here. We do not need to address it here. We go on to paragraph 5.